while we're waiting for Ms. Skipper, I do want to state that this will be our first meeting to be simultaneously giving me out interpretation and translation confused, but I think this is interpretation into our target languages. As such, we expect that this will be somewhat learning by doing. To make lives easier for our interpreters, I ask all members to be mindful of keeping, and this is something I am especially guilty of, but I'm reminding all members and all speakers to keep the use of acronyms to a minimum. At least the first time you use an acronym, please do your best to try to remember to actually state what the acronym is for, to speak slower, and again, challenge for me, slower than you think you need to, and to have pauses when possible. And to the interpreters, please feel free to make copious use of our chat function to let me know if things are moving too quickly or if there are acronyms that need to be translated, etc. And I ask for the patience of all of our community, English speakers and speakers of our target languages, and of our interpreters, as I also try to do this, to try to run this meeting in a way that is in everyone's best interest. And again, expect that we will make mistakes this time, and that we will endeavor to do better in the weeks and meetings to come. And with that note, I call this February 22nd meeting of Somerville School Committee to order with a moment of silence and a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation,
under God, indivisible,
and
with
justice
liberty and justice for all.
Superintendent Skipper, will you call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Phillips?
Present.
Caption?
Here.
President McLaughlin?
Oh, I'm sorry. President McLaughlin wanted me to send his regrets. The Somerville City Council is doing their first ever racial justice and equity training as a body, and he is leading that. And we encourage him to be doing that. We're thankful that our colleagues are taking that up. School committee has done so in the past, and will do so in the future. This is important for everyone to be doing. So thank you, and President McLaughlin sends his regrets.
Great. Mayor Curtatone?
Present.
Mr. Green?
Here.
Barish?
Present.
Tone?
Present.
Dr. Ackman?
Here.
Ms. Norman?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Before we do our building and reopening updates, I see that we have at least Mr. Racinos here to speak to the students. I don't know if Natalia is here, but Brian?
Hi, everyone. My name is Brian Racinos. I am a 10th grader at Somerville High School, and I'll be reporting tonight. Natalia, my partner, is not here tonight, so I will be reporting today. My first topic I wanted to bring up was that students at Somerville High School are doing their course selections for the following school year. Tomorrow is actually the last day for students to input their requests on Aspen X2, which is the portal we use to see our grades and updates. Also, the media class at Somerville High School is putting together a video of a tour of the new Somerville High School building for students. This will give students some insight on what's to come in the future when we hopefully go back in. And lastly, the seniors of Somerville High School are raising money by collectively asking students to donate some money. Because of the pandemic, it has been hard to be able to raise money, but they are trying their best to do so. Currently, they are looking for 200 generous people to donate $20 each. If anyone would like to donate, it would be greatly appreciated. Their Venmo is SHS-PTSA-1. And that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you. Do members have questions? I have a comment, which is that on behalf of the Somerville School Committee, we want to thank our high coach especially for what has been an immense amount of patience this year, as this most unusual of years is taking a toll on all of us. But you know, if Somerville leads the way, it is definitely our Highlanders who have most led the way this year. And so I just want to say, give my thanks to you all. And you know, I am sure that as we do the reopening update, we will have more conversation about the future of Somerville High. But I just wanted to especially say to Brian and the photographer here in Natalia, our thanks for the incredible hard work you guys have done in this most unusual week of years.
Yeah.
And with that, well, we will do our building updates, but I believe that will probably answer questions that at least some of our public commenters have for this evening, and then we'll do public comment. Mr. H.
Share screen. Catherine, if you let me share my screen, I do have some slides. Okay. Can you see that now? All right. Just as a quick reminder, our threshold for reoccupying the schools is completion of the filtration and ventilation work, as well as the carbon dioxide monitoring. Once buildings are occupied, we'll continue doing some additional work, including some UV radiation and humidification, which again is consistent with the Harvard School of Public Health and ASHRAE guidelines. At this point in time, all air filters are in place and the retro commissioning inspections are all complete. We've got draft balancing reports on the performance of those systems that we're looking through. As discussed at the last meeting, that work, the retro commissioning inspections, identified a number of maintenance items for the city's maintenance.
Mr. H, can I pause you just 1 second? I apologize. It has been brought to my attention by our interpreters that I actually made a mistake in our first time through, which I didn't actually introduce them. So I'm going to ask Mr. Jean-Baptiste to say hello and to introduce the team and how, if anyone is still listening, they can be recognized.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Clark Jean-Baptiste. So I will be the interpreter for Haitian Creole tonight. The link should be in the chat where you will see it. Bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue à Réunion ça jeudi. Si vous voulez suivre interprétation en créole, bien le link là sur texte un message en appel pour nous cliquer sur lui. Thank you. Hello, interpreters.
Hello everyone, my name is Michaela Yang. I will be the Spanish interpreter for tonight. Hola a todos, mi nombre es Micaela Yang y tenemos disponible la traducción de esta reunión en español. Para poder ingresar al audio, puede hacer clic en el link que está posteado en el chat. Muchas gracias.
Elaine, we cannot hear you.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Elaine Metzger. I'm your Portuguese interpreter for tonight. Olá, boa noite. Meu nome é Elaine Metzger. Eu vou ser sua intérprete de português para hoje à noite. Se você quiser acessar essa reunião e ouvi-la em português, é só clicar no link que vai estar no chat de português, tá bom? Obrigada, boa noite. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies, Mr. H. The floor is yours again.
I'm sharing the right screen, right? Okay. So the retro commissioning inspections did identify a number of issues to be addressed by the city's maintenance contractor, Honeywell. We sprang immediately into action on that, brought Honeywell on site. They threw a lot of resources at addressing those items. And I'll give you a brief update on that. And it's important to understand that there are some straight maintenance items, but then also some capital improvement items that investigation has revealed. Portable units are still being assembled and distributed throughout the schools. We probably have somewhere close to 200 already mobilized and another 50 to 80 to go on those assembly. Most of the carbon dioxide monitors are in place, and we're still putting some of those in. And the wellness room exhaust systems are being assembled now. So the were a large number of items identified by that retro commissioning effort, and we've been working with Honeywell to address them. We've been having 2 to 3 meetings with them a week to go over that to-do list. They've been in the buildings, including all weekends and holidays, addressing these. About 285 issues were identified in total. And, you know, again, we've been able to sort of put them into 2 buckets. One are maintenance items that are easily addressed and addressed quickly. And of those, there's 187. 166 of those have actually been completed by Honeywell and their contractors. So roughly about 90% of those maintenance items. But there are, you know, 80 or 98 capital improvement items, the vast majority of which are at the Winter Hill School. But there are some at the Argenziano, the Capuano, the Healy, and the West. And these are big items for us to address, and we need additional assistance from HVAC engineers on how to best address these. In some cases, it's an issue of equipment that's old and worn out. In other cases, it's a little bit more complicated, where like 2 pieces of equipment need to talk to each other to function properly, and how those different controls supervise each other gets a little bit more complicated, and we need input from engineers, and we're working on that right now. So where does that put us? The good news is that for most of these spaces, we've got enough air exchange that when we combine that with the portable air filtration units, we will hit our targets. What we're going through right now is an arduous process of going room by room, seeing what our air exchange is in each one of those rooms and how much it needs to be supplemented by the portable units. But we've got enough of this equipment on hand so that we can actualize the phased occupancy dates that were distributed to parents this past week. And we're working towards those goals so that we can do all of these things simultaneously. So in general school by school, we got the certificate of occupancy on the high school on Friday. So we're now feverishly fitting that place out with things like toilet paper and paper towels so that students can come in as promised on March 1st and phase in after that. Capuano is generally in good shape. We're moving the portable air filtration units into there this week so that in March we can start occupying the Capuano. East does have a number of open items for Honeywell. Based on how well they've been addressing those issues in the other schools, really we'll likely only need 1 or 2 more weeks for them to complete that work, and then we can do the portables in there for March and mid-March occupancy. The mods, the last of the work in the mods is happening this week. So that will be ready for occupancy by the Brown School in March. Argenziano, this is one of those ones where the non-maintenance items that are like the capital improvements mean that some of the airflow in some of the rooms isn't exactly where we want it to be. So we're identifying what those rooms are and mobilizing the portable units to those rooms so that we can occupy starting in March. Same story with the West. The Kennedy, in terms of our original scope, was actually ahead of schedule. Had we not identified these other issues, we would have delivered the Kennedy early. But we're in that stage right now, figuring out room to room how much air deficiency we need to pick up with the portable units and getting those things deployed so that we can occupy in March. Healy is a similar story, only a little bit more complex, and we will need a couple of more weeks for the Healy to iron out those issues in the Healy. Winter Hill, as I said, we identified a whole litany of issues that are going to be much more complex to address. We are now working on a plan for the Winter Hill, so that the Winter Hill will be ready for us next school year. So again, that's just the general construction risk factors that we've talked about all along. With our agile approach now, we've managed to retire a good amount of this risk. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Here we go. The other questions. All right. Let's start with Ms. Barish.
Thanks, Chair Green. I'm glad to hear that Winter Hill appears to be on target. While disappointing that it can't be open this spring, I'm glad to hear that it seems reasonable to expect it to be ready for fall 21. I'm wondering, understandably, we're hearing from a lot of parents who are eager, if not anxious, to receive a commitment for the fall. And so, like I said, I'm glad to hear about Winter Hill. I'm wondering when is the city comfortable saying now that it will be ready in the fall? Or if not, can you tell me when you anticipate being able to say that for sure? I think that would be helpful to families, and I know it would also be helpful to the superintendent and her team for their planning purposes.
Sure, thank you for the question. It's a good one. We're working through the details of what a plan would be. Make sure that everyone agrees, that engineers agree on the approach. And then what we'll have to do is determine the cost of that, and it will require a separate appropriation. I think likely it's within the building stabilization budget, but there are a few more steps to go through before we can commit to it being ready in September. In theory, it's promising, but as we've learned, there's always a lot of details that can derail theory.
Thank you. Ms. Crutcher.
It looks like the mayor wanted to comment, Andre.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to Ms. Krebschen for allowing me leave to speak. I just wanted to add to the reply and state clearly so everyone understands these decisions are not being made in a vacuum on the city side. The school department is in real-time collaboration with all of us. The sense of urgency of getting every child back to school physically as soon as possible is an imperative state and has been for a while, and it is all hands on deck at this point, not only to make sure we can launch successfully and operationalize that plan for phased-in hybrid learning, but to get everyone back and all the schools ready for the fall, and we'll keep the school committee and the public up to date real time. So everybody's at the table and working together at the same time, so there are no surprises coming to the school department side.
Thank you. Ms. Kupchan.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess to Mr. Raish or to the superintendent, I know that there is still outstanding work going on outside in the high school, and thinking about the younger kids who are going to be occupying the building, and just wondering about the construction and safety and recess and those kinds of things, how that's going to work.
Yeah, I can answer the first part about construction safety. This was something that we were very clear with Suffolk about, that Brown School, including kindergartners, would be in the mods, and that they would be traversing back and forth to the high school to utilize that cafeteria, maybe the library, some of the others. So their plan is, and they've already cordoned it off to make sure that there is a safe, isolated passage from the mods to the high school, and that all of their construction activities are remote and removed from that. And it's also the same for the entrance of the main high school for the high needs students that are going in there, some of which are obviously significantly younger than the high schoolers. Suffolk knows exactly what this population is, and that all the heavy construction is away from that. Luckily, most of the stuff that's in front of the high school is all sort of small handwork at this point anyway, and the big heavy work is more over by City Hall and the back side of the building. So we're compatible from a use standpoint.
Now, I mean, I'll just add to that, I think there isn't a lot of outdoor space currently at the high school to be able to do things like recess. So that will be inside, and we'll be using the gym. This is part of what we are figuring out in terms of the schedules, which I'll go into a little bit later on in reopening. We want to be able to give high school students, rightly so, some access, particularly the class of 2021. And so really trying to look at different areas of the building to see how to make that possible. At the same time, with something like the field house, which can be divided into 3, how to be able to have the schools that are up there be able to use it. And then obviously, if athletics are approved, have athletics use it. So there's a lot of scheduling coordination that has to be done relative to it, but there's a team that's in place that's working toward those goals.
Thank you. Ms. Patel.
Thank you, Chair Green, through you to either Mr. Raish or the superintendent. So we have an expectation to share with the SCU our systems for assessing the efficacy. Oh, yes.
SCU?
What?
Did I say the wrong thing?
No, we're trying not to use acronyms.
Oh, the Somerville Educators Union. Happy to say it correctly. Thank you. So we have a commitment to share with the Somerville Educators Union a system for assessing the efficacy of the HVAC systems and the results of those assessments. So I would love to know the status of that, particularly for buildings that are going to be opening up next week, which I assume is the high school, but I apologize, I don't have it memorized.
Yeah, we are aware that we need to provide all that information. We were working, so what we'll turn over, I will use an acronym, but first define it. The TAB report, TAB, the testing and balancing report, which is what the HVAC engineers go in and test the airflows. And that tells you how many cubic feet per minute of air exchange there is in each one of those rooms. We were working on that right up to the last minute of getting the certificate of occupancy on Friday. So the engineers are now going back through and correcting all that. I hope to have that this week so we can turn it over to the high school at some point this week. It does, the engineers had to revise some things, then the architect is going to have to review it. So there's QA, QC, quality control that has to happen before we can release all that. And it is a very big building, so it's a very big report. For the other buildings, we're working on draft data right now, which is, again, as I say, is sort of informing how we are distributing the portable units. So we're trying to figure out what's the best way to transmit that information, because it's going to be a combination of the centralized systems for which we have the tabs, and then supplemented by the portable units. So the engineers and the team are working on how it is we can consolidate that information and get it over to you.
Can I do a quick follow-up?
Please.
So something that I've seen in the past in my own professional experience is that we share the format of data that's going to be shared with the receiver of the information before we have the actual data. So for example, what is the type of data, what is going to be given, so that they can prepare and feel comfortable with that. So then when they get the actual data, we're already on the same page. Does that make sense? And I really would urge us to provide some kind of format of the data now and not later.
Mr. Chairman, can I just add?
Please.
We're well aware. We have to provide the information. It's going to be provided as we promised. And the last thing we want to do is provide information that's incomplete and vague, cause any delays. So we're working closely with Chairman Green, Construction, Superintendent, and all parties to make sure we have all that in front of them, but that it's also accurate and complete. So on top of it. Thank you.
Ms. Barish, is there a follow-up to that question?
It's actually a follow-up to my earlier question, if that's okay.
In that case, I will share this. So I'm going to finish my queue to come back to you. That's okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. So next I have Dr. Phillips. And we cannot hear you, Dr. Phillips.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair. Through you, I believe to Mr. Raish, maybe to Superintendent Skipper or the Mayor. I'm really pleased about the extent to which we're going with Plan B to get as many kids in person this spring as possible. I guess I'm wondering if we have the bandwidth to consider a Plan C for our high school kids or a Plan B for next fall. Have we looked into the possibility of getting more modular classrooms to put in one of our parking lots in case we are either unable to get the Winter Hill back online before the fall, or potentially to get more of our high school kids back now?
Mr. Mayor.
I'm upset you took Plan C from my mouth. I was going to use that line, but I'd submit in short, not directly because of the question you asked about what would happen in the fall. We had looked at these and done some initial investigation about, whether it was renting an outside commercial space, or in this case, in context, renting more, getting more modular units for the city. So we have an idea what it would cost. Or just right now, the focus, as you can all understand, I'm sure, is to get everyone in the hybrid learning. We have some initial information on what those costs would be. And, we'll be examining and work with the school department to understand, how what are other contingency plans to not only in the event that we can't get a school in the fall, but to increase school opportunities and learning in the fall, even to complement the plans, depending what's happening with COVID. So we have some initial information, and we'll look at that and work with the school department, understanding how that enhances or adjusts plans in the fall. But we got to get there first, and that's going to come soon.
Really quick follow-up, if that's okay.
Yes.
Could you just, sorry, through you, Chair, to the Mayor, I believe, could you just give me a sense of what's the turnaround time? We decide we need Plan C. When can we get mods on a parking lot?
Well, there's two different things. I mean, as I think we all know by now, it's what we can do on the procurement side. No matter how fast we turn that, the school department, still has to be able to do that planning. So it's not, if supplies are available, I'd submit we can get modular units. That's not going to be the challenge. So we have to plan it out. We know what that plan is, as we know a lot went into just getting in to where we are now. So as that information evolves to some plans, we'll share that. So I know from at least the last report, and Rich, you can correct me if I'm wrong, we can get the modular units. The cost is not going to be an issue. that's what the solution is, but we should make sure that that's not the only solution, or if that's the optimal solution.
Thank you.
Ms. Norman.
Thank you through the chair. I like thinking to the fall, but we also have some more immediate needs, especially our older students who developmentally appropriate for them to be with their peers, to be with adults other than their families. And I understand the prioritizing and I understand the effort to get kids back into the buildings and that we don't have access to all of our buildings at the moment. But in the short term, are there ways, whether through athletics or other meetup places, spaces that may not necessarily be classrooms, but that we can start to think of ways to get our students together and to safely, and also for them to be with our amazing educators, the adults that, as a parent of teenagers, I have come to deeply appreciate. So if there's, I mean, we've had to do a lot of flexible thinking during construction. The high school kids had to go down to the Annunziato for the ZED. Are there other spaces in the city that may not be, that could be more immediately utilized than mods to bring kids together in safe ways with the trusted adults and our educators?
I'm going to ask the superintendent first, and then I'm
Yeah.
I may follow up to that question.
I think one of the things that the high school is working on actively is to solicit some feedback about in what ways the students would like to be able to come together. You know, one of the things that we were not able to update on Friday, and in part we needed to sort of secure and make sure of, was the Healy space, to make sure that in fact we didn't have more students from the Healy that we would need to put into the high school. It's looking, as Rich confirmed from his timeline, that the Healy will end up coming online right about after April break. And so that would enable us to then have some additional space in the high school. Not a lot, but some. And I think, you know, the commitment is whatever space we have, we want to be able to use it with our high school students. What you see before you tonight is athletics. You know, Director Vieira and Michelle Kelly will be speaking. I certainly will be endorsing that as one of the ways that our high school students can come back to their facility and be able to use it in a healthy way. But beyond that, I think we want to look at the fields. We want to look at tents and the potential in the spring to be able to set those up, weather permitting, to get those up as early as possible, so that there are gathering areas that are safe for our high school students to be able to come together, whether it be with their educators, it could be with their peers, it could be with their counselors. But the idea is we're going to have to sort of have an all facility approach to it in order for that to happen. In addition, the class of 2021, you know, and I was going to save this for my remarks with the opening plan, but I will say it now. You know, there's no way to fix what the class of 2021 has gone through. It needs to just be acknowledged. You know, as seniors, last year as juniors, they did not get a junior spring, which is a special time for kids. It's when you do things like proms and semis and, you know, the moving up ceremonies and, you know, things that really signify your high school experience. And so we asked them not only to put up with the construction, but to also put up with that. And then this year, they haven't been able to set foot in a building that they were really looking forward to do. So if I'm a teenager, I'm pretty upset about that. I'm sad, I'm disappointed. And I think we have to own that as the adults. We have to take those feelings and realize that that is part of this. So what is it that we can do for them this spring? And this is in part getting feedback from them that can't make up for that. But what is it that can help their spring to feel different and better? Given we're still in a pandemic, we still have restrictions in terms of the distancing and the masking, but there are some things that we can do for them that would be special for the class of 2021. So I think we have to put our creative thinking caps on as everybody and decide with them what is possible.
A quick follow-up.
Call myself a quick follow-up, then Ms. Norman, then I'll give it to the mayor. A quick follow-up for me is, given all of that, and given our need to be creative and our desire to be creative, if we can get the mods, why wouldn't we just get the mods and then figure out how we can use them? Why don't we try the process of getting the mods and figure out, while we're doing that, figure out how to use them?
I'm sorry, was that a question for me?
Yeah.
Well, let's just be clear. The city does not set forth the educational plan and where teachers are being programmed. All right? The school department needs to do that, and we're all working together, as you know, Mr. Chairman. The important thing that when people realize is we don't have a ton of resources. We have enough to do whatever we have to do. And so the only challenge is how creative do we want to be? The more creative, we can write the checks to do whatever we have to do, but it has to be thoughtful. And we can't do anything at the expense of not hitting our marks right now to operationalize the plans we've been waiting and negotiating months to do.
Sure.
I feel for every student and every family. I'm aware of it. I'm actually understand completely on the high school seniors because I have one who I believe is signed up to comment tonight. Hope he's not going to take any shots at me, but it could very well happen. So I'll say to everyone here on the board, we all know we need to be ethical in our reply to the public. We can tell them what we know. We should tell them what we don't know. And we make a commitment what we're willing to figure out. We have a lot of work we've done. We have a ton to do. We owe every kid, in the context of this conversation, it's the seniors now, but it's those kids who graduated last year and moved on, which many who lost out, and so many more to losing out, and the impact is immeasurable. On the fiscal money side, we'll have all the resources needed we have to do. On the imagination side, we are our only limitation. So however we imagine, we'll accomplish that. But it's not going to be as simple as ordering mods and plopping them down somewhere. If that's the case, just tell me how many. Rich, Raish, and I and this team will do that. And I guess, but that's not that simple. We know that we have to. There's logistical challenges, educational programming challenges. We can get there. It's all hands on deck. And we're committed to do that. Thank you.
Ms. Norman?
Just as a follow-up, Superintendent Skipper, I was excited to hear we need to talk with our students and hear what it is that they want and get feedback from them. And I'd love to have the conversation with our students be broader than just the facilities, but also, you referenced the second half of junior year. I would say the second half of junior year, the beginning of first half of senior year is really when you make your plans for the next step. And so if there are ways that we can support our students who may need more guidance, more support, more clarity, more whatever it is that they need to be able to be successful post-secondary, that should be also part of the conversation because it goes beyond just the buildings. Thank you.
I was going to also wait until later in the reopening plan conversation to make some announcements, but I'll make it now because it seems relevant. I have asked Ms. Norman, and she has graciously accepted, to serve as the school committee's liaison with the high school community and particularly the students, in particular class 21, about all the ways in which we can, in these next 4 months, be creative, be thoughtful, use our resources to give them give them probably not the experience they deserve, because we can't give them that, as Superintendent Skipper so eloquently pointed out, but give them the best experience that is possible for us to give them, and also to think beyond this year how it is that we can continue to provide supports for recent graduates, class 2021, who, because of the challenges of this year, still may need some supports to move on to that next stage in a way that is best for them. So thank you, Ms. Norman. And as I said to you when we talked, be big, be bold. We can do whatever we can do. I'm happy to push the city for money for.
Well, Chair Green, I'd also like to thank you because there is nothing I love more than actually talking with students and also with our educators and families. So I think it is important that the school committee have a direct and increased presence, listening and bringing information back to the full body, but also especially while we're in beginning of the budget developments time. So I am honored and I am thrilled for this designation to be the point person between the school committee and our high school community. So thank you very much for asking me.
All right, so I have Ms. Barish and then Dr. Phillips again. Oh, Ms. Barish is asked to oh, go ahead.
Thank you. So thanks to Ms. Norman for taking on that role. I think that's going to be terrific. I just wanted to ask for a little bit of, I guess, clarification. If students, parents, educators have ideas about ways to support and uplift our high school students and seniors, and also recent graduates who may need additional support, is Ms. Norman a person to go to? Would it be Principal Lagambina? Would it be Mary Skipper? What's the best way to reach out with ideas and suggestions?
Superintendent Skipper?
Yeah, so I think Mr. Lagambina is going to speak a little bit later in the reopening presentation. I think he can give some ideas on that. There is a committee that's working actively and would be happy to hear ideas relative to this year. I think in terms of if there's support for last year's class, Ms. Norman or myself would be happy to entertain that, and then we can work in conjunction with the high school to make that happen. You know, Mayor Curtatone in the city is always willing to support whatever we need with kids. So I think it's just, you know, to his point, we want to have it be a plan, and we want to make sure that the plan has the impact that we're looking for it to have. So, you know, I would say absolutely, and students will be the most creative in it. So if students have ideas on it, Mr. Lagambino will give some ideas of who they can go to. There is senior class representation on that committee. So there is a way for the seniors to be able to reach out to their peers. That's the goal of senior leadership. But over and above that, Mr. Lagambino can give some contact information.
Great, thank you.
Welcome.
Excuse me, Mr. Green, would you like me to say a few words now? This is Mr. Lagambina.
Sure, why not? Let's get it out there.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we do have a committee formed, and we'll certainly, I was just going to try to text Carrie, but my phone died, and so we'll certainly welcome her on that committee. We have a committee of students, staff, and community members working to support our senior class. So we'll get her pulled in as soon as possible. Start later tonight or tomorrow.
Thank you for that. Dr. Phillips.
My question's been answered. Thank you.
Great. Are there any further questions from members? Okay. Superintendent Skipper, do you want to give your introduction to the reopening plan?
So Chair, I'm just checking, is the public comment being held to the end, or how are you doing that? So I know timing.
Yeah, how long do you have how long is your report? Because while I certainly would love to, if we can answer questions before public comment, I'd love to do that. I also don't want to hold people for an hour if you think you need an hour.
Sure. So there are 3 parts to the presentation tonight. The first is athletics, which I would ask the committee to entertain first. The second is the reopening plan, and then there is also a quick update relative to Unidos in terms of some policy change that's been put forward through ed programs. I would ask, I have no preference on the order other than that athletics gets to go first.
All right, then I will do public comment first, and then we will go through the entire reopening debate deliberation for as long as it takes for us to do so.
Great.
In which case, we will now do public comment. And so before I start the public comment, I just want to reiterate the rules. So first of all, thank you to those who signed up for public comment. Speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to present material. However, Chair will limit comments to 2 minutes based on the number of individuals signed up to speak. Because we have 14, our general guideline is we have more than 10, we do 2 minutes. We will do in 2 minutes tonight. And we will be trying our best to stick as close to that as possible. So this is my apology in advance if we need to cut you off. Reminder that all comments are able to submit it in writing, full comments. So if you have more than 2 minutes today, just submit them via email. Remarks should be respectful, professional, and addressed to the chair. If a speaker persists in improper remarks, the chair may terminate that individual's right to continue. Public comment is not a discussion, debate, or dialogue between residents and the committee. Members of the committee will not reply to public comment in the course of the meeting, though individual members may follow up, and items from public comment may be taken in future meetings. The school committee will not hear personal complaints of school personnel nor against any member of the school community in public session. Individuals may address topics on the agenda or items within the school committee scope of responsibilities such as the district budget, goals, policies, or role of the superintendent. And as I mentioned before, comments that are in the record and as such are encouraged to submit comments in writing to the public comment book record as well. With that, we will begin. We have 3 names in a still, we'll go through in that order. So our first 3 are Kinga Burundi, followed by Sarah Campbell, and Elizabeth McWynn. Ms. Burundi, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I hope you guys missed me last week or last time. 5,000 dead, that's 500,000 including my friend Mimi and Uncle Jerry and Tom Roca. 500,000 by all accounts, more than 40% unnecessarily dead. I am reminded of that horrific scene in Jaws, the one where they're all sitting around the galley table on the Orca trading scar stories. You know, where Quint tells the tale of the Indianapolis, the heavy cruiser that delivered the A-bomb components, but was sunk by a Japanese submarine. Of 1,196 crew members on board, 300 died immediately, and the rest were left bobbing in the ocean. As Quint tells it, the first sharks came after a half hour, with an average of 6 men dying every day. Every hour, days passed. After being spotted by a Navy plane and a big CBY that came to rescue them, Quint said, "That was the time I was most frightened, waiting for my turn." This is a time I am most frightened, waiting for my turn to receive a vaccination, terrified that the variants will outrun the vaccine's effectiveness. Why are we rushing to reopen when we're almost on the rescue ship? Meanwhile, 14,000 healthcare workers in Massachusetts have sickened, according to a story in today's Globe. And the Guardian and Kaiser Health News counts 74 died. And 3,448 around the country have also died. Many who have become ill have lingering effects from the virus, and absent of any study of long-term effects on children, I believe it is folly to reopen the schools. Also, let's wire the city, provide free, high-speed internet to all residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have Sarah Campbell, Elizabeth McWynn, and Mary Lou Carey. I'm having technical difficulties, so I'm going to log out and try to log back in. So while I'm gone, Ms. Kretsch, you have the floor, and if I'm gone for longer than Ms. Campbell's remarks, and I apologize, Ms. Campbell, for that I may miss your remarks. But if I'm gone for longer than that, you have the list of public comments. So, Ms. Campbell, you have the floor.
Hello,
And
my name is Sarah Campbell, and I live at 18A Trull Street, and I'm the parent of a first grader. After a difficult decision last fall, we took our child out of the Somerville public school system and enrolled her in a private school so she could attend school in person. It's our intention to return her to the SPS system next year, but I would appreciate having more information on what that will look like. I realize that you're probably still dealing with many of the challenges associated with the current school year, but I ask you to set aside time to begin planning for next year and communicate to parents, including parents whose children are no longer enrolled in SPS, what to expect for 2021 to 2022. A particular challenge in our case is that we attended and hope to return to the Brown School, which has not benefited from the same level of improvements in COVID accommodations as other Somerville schools. I'm aware through emails that there is a meeting tomorrow to discuss the particular of the Brown, but I have been unable to find any specifics about the time or connection method beyond the date of February 23rd, despite checking the Somerville calendar, the school board site, and the Brown School site. As it is already the 22nd, this presents a challenge for families like mine to stay into the loop on what SPS is planning. In general, I have questions about the re-entering process and whether the city will set the same standards in terms of distancing and airflow filtration next year when there's a wider inoculation of the population and school staff. Will students be in class 5 days a week in the fall? What is the plan if both Brown and Winter Hill are not up to standard in the fall? And what should we expect and when should we expect to know the details of next year's plan, both SPS-wide and particularly for Brown? I'm also concerned to hear many of the same ideas floated in today's discussion, things like tents and outdoor spaces, which were proposed in August but have yet to lead to fruitful changes. I encourage you to go beyond this creative brainstorming and generate tangible and actionable plans.
Thank you, Sarah. I have Elizabeth McEwen, Mary Lou Carey, and then Leah Bloom. Elizabeth, the floor is yours.
Elizabeth, you're self-muted. You can go ahead and unmute yourself. Elizabeth McEwen, are you there? You're all set to speak. Ms. Creption, would you like to move on to Mary Lou and come back to Ms. McEwen?
Oh, sure. Yeah, Elizabeth, we will come back to you. Mary Lou, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Superintendent Skipper, for acknowledging the class of 2021. And thank you, Ms. Norman, for being there for our class in the role that you're about to take with them. I have a quick story to tell. I believe it was about 5 years ago that I was honored to represent the Somerville Public Schools while visiting the school district of Cleveland, Ohio. A group of us were invited there to observe how Cleveland does school. The biggest takeaway for me was that the Cleveland School District changed their thinking, their ways of after a suicide of one of their students. Cleveland school officials learned that they had to turn things around and do school from the heart. The city of Somerville, which has always stated that we support the whole child, has dropped the ball. As a parent, I believe that during a pandemic, which has kept all of our students home for almost a year, we should think twice before we only follow the recommendations of the Department of Education or data or statistics. We should think about the students and we should be following our hearts. As one parent stated yesterday, all of our students are now high-need students. I believe you made decisions with your heads and not with your hearts, and the Somerville High School class of 2021, who should have been the first to enter their promised new school, are being divided, labeled, torn apart. They have lost their trust in us and in you and in society. You still have a chance. Please listen to them. Do not make them plan C. It's better late than never. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Andre, I had to skip Elizabeth McEwen because there were technical difficulties. So, and that was Mary Lou.
Thank you for that. Is Ms. Nguyen back, or is she?
I don't know.
And my apologies to Ms. Campbell and to Ms. Carey, although Ms. Carey and I spoke earlier today, so I feel like I probably know what she had to say. Let's try Ms. McEwen again.
Hi, sorry about that. My name's Elizabeth McEwen, and I'm a senior and a part of the class of 2021 at the high school. And I'm a 3-sport athlete there, and I think that this year has been incredibly difficult for all the seniors, especially, and even other members of the high school. And as I already mentioned earlier, we lost part of our junior year, and this entire year, we've had no college help or like very limited. We don't have the experience that everybody else has. We lost all the social aspects, sports, clubs, one-on-one with teachers. My family and friends in other school districts have been able to play sports, have been able to go to school and been able to do all of that while remaining safe at the same time. And I think that we should be able to have the opportunity to do the exact same thing for all of them. And with the brand new facility that we were promised, I think we have the right to deserve to be able to go in there and use all of it at the same time as all the younger kids do.
Thank you. So if I'm correct then, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this question, next we have Leah Bloom, then Beatrice Gomez, then Stephanie Travasos.
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Bloom, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I got a new pair of headphones so that hopefully you all will be able to hear me this evening. First, I want to say thank you so much for making simultaneous interpretation in a variety of languages available. That's a really important step, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who's grateful for that adjustment. I would like to speak about the proposed changes to the Unidos program, which I know you have not gotten to yet this evening, but I am the president of the PTA at the East Somerville Community School, and what I would like the community to know is that most people in the ESCS community, and I think most people in the larger Somerville Public Schools community, are not aware that this proposal exists at all and have not had a chance to think about it, share feedback about it, and in particular, our Hispanic families who ostensibly the changes in enrollment are intended to serve, have not had a chance to comment on it. And regardless of whether making changes to enrollment for Unidos is the right decision, I urge the school committee not to make any changes, not to take a vote until there has been a true community conversation and until both current and prospective families who we know are in the pipeline have had a chance to weigh in. And I would encourage the school committee to take a big picture view, because this is about our entire public school community, not just the East. And bilingual education is an issue that we ought to be thinking about at the district level. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Ms. Beatrice Gomez, Stephanie Travasos, and Josh Burchard. Sorry, Ms. Gomez, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Chairman Green, I am going to pass my opportunity to speak. I think the high school is a big focus tonight, and I would like to give the students who are speaking the focus as much as possible. I will submit my comments in writing. Thank you. And thank you so much for the simultaneous interpretation. This is really, really wonderful. Again, thank you for listening.
Thank you, and thank you for the respect given to the students. I'm sure we'll talk soon. Moving on, Ms. Travasos. Stephanie, are you there? Ms. Travasos? I'm sorry. It's Louisiana to me. I make all last names French or Spanish if I'm not certain.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Sorry about that. So my name is Stephanie. I'm a parent of a first grader and a senior at the high school, and it's just really discouraging to hear that the high school kids won't be able to go back to a building that they were promised. My son also wrote a letter, and basically, and he feels the same way, like why the high school students essentially being left out of it. If the city's going by all kinds of data, what about the data about like teenage depression and suicide, yet these kids are going to be isolated even more? They've already been out for half of last year and all of this year. They can't even do sports. I have my niece and nephews there, and they live in Cambridge, and they've been to school right along with no problems. It's just disheartening that our kids aren't being taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Josh Burchard, Fredo Durand, and Cosmo Curtatone. Josh? Josh, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Josh, we can hear you now.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to also speak about the changes to the Unidos program. So I second Leah Bloom's comments about providing more opportunity for folks in the community to comment regarding the changes. I think that's really important, and I don't think there has been enough yet. So hopefully going forward, you know, we can get more community feedback in there. And another point I wanted to raise was that I also wanted to stress that there needs to be equity and an opportunity for students who want a bilingual education to have one. I have 3 kids, younger kids in the East, and you know, when we started the program, Unidos program, it was presented as a bilingual education program. And that was really important to us. It wasn't presented as a dual program. So hopefully we can have some focus on that going forward as well. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's Fredo Durand, Cosmo Curtatone, Aidan Johnson. Fredo?
Hi.
Are we there? There you are.
Hi, my name is Fredo Duran. I'm the father of a first grader at Kennedy. I want to thank the school committee for their hard work, and in particular, I really want to thank you for providing simultaneous interpretation for these meetings. I am glad that we finally appear to be making progress, but I want to keep things in perspective and not rest quite yet. After more than a year, the majority of our students will only get 2 days a week of real education. For the high schoolers, it will be 0 days a week after more than a year. This is where we should have been last September. I hope we can do better soon. I hope the city is able to reflect on the failures of this year and the disaster that got us into this situation. I hope we don't repeat the mistakes for next year. I hope the city can get its act together. I must say that the mayor's rude refusal to answer a crucial question on air exchanges does not bode well. I'm urging the school committee to push hard to get our high school students in person this spring. I'm urging you to provide transportation for the students who will have to go to a distant location. I'm urging you to provide information to all the families about the incredibly high level of safety of Somerville's reopening plan in appropriate languages. And above all, again, let's not repeat this disaster of next year. Please commit and plan now to provide a full-time in-person public education to the Somerville student. This is literally the least a public school system should do. Thank you.
Thank you. So next we have Cosmo Curtatone, then Aidan Johnson, then Alan Moore, although I believe he may have left. So Cosmo, the floor is yours. Cosmo?
Cosmo, you are now unmuted. You are all set to comment.
All right, Cosmo, we'll come back to you. So next we have Aidan Johnson, Alan Moore, then we'll go to Ellen Hemingway. Mr. Johnson, the floor is yours.
Hello.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name's Aidan Johnson. I'm a senior at Somerville High School, and I play hockey and a couple other sports. This year has not been the greatest so far. Being honest, I've been pretty miserable. I wake up every morning, I get up, I get on my laptop, and I just have no desire, no passion to really work and learn. I'm thinking about all my memories back at school with my friends and all the times we had. And, not seeing my classmates, my teachers, my friends, it's been really hard. I haven't been able to even see them outside of school for the most part. And the only time we really have interactions is when we could play hockey together. That's pretty much all I have left at this point. I've accepted the fact that I don't believe I'm going to go back to school this year, and I just don't think I have anything left. So at this point, I'm practically begging you guys to please let us seniors get our one last chance to play sports. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Alan Moore, Emma Hemingway, Elizabeth Hernandez. Alan, the floor is yours. But as I think I said before, I think he may have left. Is that true? It looks like it is. So, Ms. Hemingway, the floor is yours. Aaron?
Okay, I tried to unmute and it didn't work, and then I got muted again. Can you hear me now?
Good to go.
Okay. I am not going to talk about reopening. I will send more comments on that offline. I attended the educational subcommittee meeting in January, knew that there was going to be comment on Unidos at some point in February, had no ability to figure out when that comment period was. So I jumped on tonight without real planned comments, but I want to talk to you about Unidos. I'm sort of like an elder parent in the process. One of my kids is aged out. He's in 9th grade. The other is in 7th. And this isn't about me. I have no skin in the game, but Unidos has been incredibly beneficial to my kids. They've been in a minority. They've been the minority both racially and in terms of home language. I think that's been very good for them. But what I really wanted to say was we've seen enrollment numbers change every year. My older son, who's in 9th, was the last kid picked on the English bucket. And then we watched every year as kids dropped out from both language groups, and they can't easily be replaced because after 1st grade, you have to be proficient in both languages to join. So when I looked at the committee meeting that showed all of the children that have wanted to be in Unidos and can't over the years, what you really need to do is come back to expanding the program to more classrooms. That way you can fulfill the goal of equity for the number of Spanish language dominant kids that are not able to get into the program. And then you can backfill with 1/3 of the seats to get more English dominant kids in, get more classrooms, quadruple it, because you're gonna have parents not wanting to come back next year if you're not in person, and you're going to have parents afraid to come back if you're forcing the kids in person because we won't all have vaccines. So you need to start looking at building the district programs out that are going to keep attracting people. And I really think you need to look at expanding the Unidos classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. I have reason to believe that Cosmo Curtatone is now ready, so we'll take Cosmo, and then we will take Elizabeth Hernandez, and that will be public comment for this evening. Cosmo, the floor is yours.
All right, can you hear me now?
Go for it.
All right. So my name is Cosmo Curtatone, and I am a member of the class of 2021, as well as a senior on the Somerville High School hockey team. I believe that I am speaking for all of my fellow classmates and athletes that our sports are like a lifeline for us, especially our seniors, because this is like our last ride. It's our last chance to play with our friends, classmates, teammates. And it's especially because almost all of us are going to be parting ways, and we don't know if we're going to ever see each other again, honestly, in the future. We have all all of our athletes have put in the effort, work, and dedication in order to have a strong season. We have been mentally and physically prepared for the possibility of having a season whenever that would be. And we've also been taking the proper precautions, such as mask wearing and social distancing. We have been, we know that the pandemic has been hard on all of us, especially people like in the Somerville School Committee who have to make these difficult decisions, as well as my dad as a mayor. But I believe that all of us athletes have earned the right to have a season with all these effort that we've put in during this hard year and all the obstacles we've had to go around just to be able to train and perform at a high level. And I remember earlier in this call, I forget who said it, someone was mentioning how we have to do our best in order to reward these students and do whatever we can for them, especially us seniors, as it's their last year and we only have a few months left. And I think a big step in doing that would be allowing us to play the sports we love so much and that we put so much time and dedication into.
Thank you. And finally, we have Elizabeth Hernandez. Elizabeth, are you there?
Chair Green, it looks like Elizabeth may be gone.
Okay. Well, that concludes public comment for this evening then. Thank you all so much for your input. I do want to say one thing before I hand it over to the superintendent to discuss actually this topic. So consider sessions. I just want the public to know that over the last 2 to 3 weeks, the school committee has heard from numerous members of the Somerville High School athletic community. And to a person, their emails were thoughtful, compelling, informed. And I just want to, make sure that our student athletes know that they were heard, they were appreciated, and they were impressive. So thank you so much. And with that, Superintendent Skipper.
Thank you, Chair Green. So I would just ask if Director Vieira and Michelle Kelly could turn on screen. What I will say is that my advice and opinion and recommendation on this has not changed from before. I think athletics is an important, healthy outlet for our young people. And I think particularly for our high schoolers, given that they would be the last to come back and there will be the likelihood of not being able to access this year as much as we would like them to in a formal way, that it's all the more important to give them as many healthy outlets like athletics as possible. We certainly on the school side are going to find other ways for our classes at the high school to be able to access the high school, particularly the class of 2021. But I think to what you've heard some of the our students say very articulately, athletics means a great deal to them. It's something that they've put their heart and soul in. It is about conditioning and their well-being, and it's about their social emotional well-being. And so I think this is something that with in the GBL with a lot of meetings that we've had with Director Vieira and Michelle Kelly's hard work and our coaches' hard work to keep our athletes safe, to follow particular protocols, we will be able to have a spring and middle season. And I think I would encourage the school committee, given that we are bringing students back, which was the concern initially, that is going to happen, to let our high school students be able to play their sports. So with that, I will turn it over to Director Vieira and Michelle, and I can't say enough for both of them for their care and their hard work, and they are going to speak tonight to how we can do this safely.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Skipper. Can everybody hear me clearly?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much again for allowing us to come and present today. This really has been a collaborative team effort. It's our athletic staff, but I can't thank the superintendents of the Greater Boston League, the mayors, the town managers, the principals, all of the administrators. It's been again, a real collaborative effort to get this to a place where we feel good about our student athletes coming back and playing sports. And also a special thank you tonight to our very eloquent student athletes who came on and spoke tonight. They have been so passionate, and I know we all feel the same about their losses. So I'm here tonight with our head athletic trainer, Michelle Kelly, to ask for your approval in allowing varsity sports to start at Somerville High School. Somerville, along with other schools in the Greater Boston League, have put together a very comprehensive plan and schedule that would hopefully afford our student athletes an opportunity to return to interscholastic play safely and with a compressed schedule for our fall, winter, and spring seasons. And Michelle will go into a little more detail about the safety measures and timelines, but just to give you a quick overview, each season would be a compressed 6-week season. And again, it would give our students the ability to play and play safely an 8 to 10 game schedule amongst our Greater Boston League member schools. And just so you folks know, as of today, and Revere actually got approved just tonight before us, as of today, Malden, Medford, Everett, Revere, and both of our Lynn schools, Lynn Classical and Lynn English, have all been approved to start athletics, just so everybody knows. I've spent the year along with our trainer Michelle and our whole athletic staff monitoring what's going on with local neighboring schools. So we've kept track of other leagues and other schools that have been playing sports from the beginning of the school year. And the hope for us was to really capture what they were doing right and what they were doing wrong, and to really, which would really help us in not only gathering data, but helping us put together our own plan on how to start sports safely. So monitoring what's going on locally with other schools and speaking with all local athletic directors, following our own Somerville Recreation Department that's been doing programming since summer, and even our after school program that's going on currently. All of these groups have put together great success in implementing their sports leagues, their teams, their extracurricular activities throughout the pandemic. And to give you a very specific example, 5 of our young student athlete females played for the Cambridge Regional Latin High School girls ice hockey program as part of our co-op. You folks were instrumental in approving that. So thank you very much. And just to give you an idea of how well it went, I kept in constant contact with the athletic director over at Cambridge weekly. And all of the ice hockey players got tested weekly and not one COVID case throughout the whole season. And just 2 weeks ago, myself and Michelle and Heather Payonessa, our assistant athletic director, went over to the senior game, which was the first game they allowed one parent to accompany their children. And we watched our girls play ice hockey. And I can't begin to tell you how happy they were to see us. Not because we're great. I think it was just because they were ecstatic to see representation from Somerville, for us to be there and to be a part of watching them compete. It was a joy I can't even begin to tell you. It was astounding to watch them compete and see their parents in the stands and to be part of that senior day celebration. It was absolutely amazing. And again, just to reiterate, not one case, not one issue throughout the whole season because of strictly enforced guidelines and protocols. And they did a great job of managing that. They truly, truly did. So, I mean, the data shows in normal times that our student athletes are motivated by athletics. It's the carrot for them to make sure they're doing what they need to do in the classroom to be equally as amazing in the classroom as they are on the sports field or on the court. In times like this, where we have a global pandemic and remote learning is a real issue for a lot of students, I strongly feel, and I know our staff feels the same, that our students and playing sports right now would only help motivate them with their academics. And you heard from Aidan Johnson tonight how much of a struggle it is to get up and to do work on an everyday basis, knowing he can't come into school and he can't play sports and be with his friends. I know for a fact that there's no question in my heart that this would help our student athletes. This March, which is in a week and a half, will mark 1 calendar year that our high school students have been without sports. I don't think I need to tell everyone the social and emotional impact that this time has had on all of our children. Our students have yet to be in their new school, and sadly, some will never experience that. Our students have adjusted to remote learning. They've had no choice. Our clubs and organizations have continued to engage our students virtually because they've had that ability. Regretfully, interscholastic athletics cannot compete virtually. We don't have that ability, and our students have truly been robbed of something that's so vital and so key to their health and welfare. I can't state that enough. I really can't. Myself, Michelle Kelly, Heather, all the people we work with, the administrators and the Greater Boston League have the utmost confidence that we can provide a very safe environment for our kids to not only play sports, but to reconnect socially with their teams and with their coaches, which has been such a big part of their lives. Again, I can't stress it enough. The health and well-being of our kids are truly at stake, and I know we can do it safely. That said, I'm now going to turn the floor over to Michelle Kelly, who has worked tirelessly over the months on putting together our COVID protocols and procedures. Michelle sits on numerous committees, specifically the Sports Medicine Committee with the MIAA, and has done countless hours of sitting on committees and servicing our needs and to safely put together a plan that helps our kids play sports and do it in a safe and healthy way. Michelle has served our students for over 14 years as not only the athletic trainer, but in some cases, the parent, the friend, the counselor. She's done it all and continues to do it. She's an amazing resource for our students in our community. I now give the floor to Michelle Kelly.
Thank you, Stan. Hello, everyone. As Stan had mentioned, I've been a part of the MIA Sports Medicine Committee, and since last March, I think I've put in about 80 hours of Zoom meetings and discussion over COVID safety protocols. The discussions have been thorough and long, sometimes intense. Part of those meetings, we have 2 epidemiologists as part of the team, as well as somebody from public health department working with us to create safety protocols and sports modifications to allow sports to happen in a safe manner as possible. You know, infectious disease is not new to athletics. It's an inherent risk that we take on every sports season. Granted that COVID-19 is at a much higher level and intensity than any other disease we've seen transfer between athletics before. However, we are well prepared. Our coaching staff is used to cleaning sports equipment, water bottles, and anything else necessary to keep our players safe during cold and flu season. So I know it will be no problem to continue cleaning during this COVID-19 pandemic. With that being said, most of the state has already had a fall and just finished a winter sports season. Through my meetings at the MIAA, I have learned that most schools have not had any transmission of COVID-19 during athletic events. Transmission that has occurred outside of sport. The biggest issue seems to be the delay in shutting down teams when a COVID positive case is identified. But again, there's still been limited transmission between any athletes. On the slides here, Stan already spoke about the Greater Boston League and who we have waiting on approval, so we can skip down to safety protocols, please. And safety and well-being is my priority. It always has been from the moment I took over this position 14 years ago when concussion protocols were not rampant. The first thing I did was to create a concussion protocol before the law even came about, because my priority is the safety and well-being of our student athletes. And it goes beyond just fixing injuries. As Stan mentioned student athletes will come with various issues, including mental health and lack of food in their home. And athletics is a place where they can seek support and have things given to them that they need to help navigate this system. Some of the safety protocols that are going to take place for this upcoming sports season, hopefully, is first and foremost during preseason clearance. Every student athlete will have a current physical. They'll provide a new medical history, and we'll review any COVID-19 history that may have occurred since last March. So we're going to look at what's happened the whole year with their health and safety, not just, the most recent last few weeks. Across the league, the athletic trainers have devised a preseason conditioning program that all student athletes across the league are participating in a mandatory 8 sessions of preseason. Due to the lack of inactivity and strength training, there is a higher risk of injury rate, which is why we have implemented this 8-session conditioning program. Prior to the start of every practice, myself, Stan, Heather, we will be at the practices to help the coaching staff do a daily symptom screen. Anyone who is exhibiting any signs or symptoms of COVID-19 will be removed and sent home to begin a quarantine and check in with their doctor. Face masks will be worn at all times, except when a student athlete is getting a drink. Face masks will cover the nose or mouth. Gaiters are not allowed during athletics. We will have plenty of hand sanitizer. I think we have about a dozen cases right now in the office. Hand sanitizer will be used before, during, after practice, before and after they get a drink, before and after they change their mask. And in the fall, during our conditioning program, Heather and I walked around with the hand sanitizer and just gave it out during the practices themselves. All practice equipment will be cleaned before, during, and after practice. Again, our coaching staff is used to doing this because of cold and flu season. So this is not anything new. We'll just be using a little more harsher chemical after the session is over to make sure that we've killed everything. And obviously, we are going to continue to practice social distancing. All teams' rosters have been limited. The amount of people allowed indoors per the MIAA and the Department of Public Health for athletics is 25 people on a playing surface at a time. So, the gym capacity is for 2,000 people. We're going to have 25 people in the gym, so we're way under capacity. So we should have no problems with the ventilation system, changing the air factors out while we have that such a few people in the gym at that time. We will allow for mass breaks and send kids to different areas in the gym so they are more than 6 feet away during those breaks. So that's something also that we'll be taking part in. Again, the athletic trainers in the Greater Boston League have been working together to create protocols for all schools to follow. So we're all on the same page league-wise, which helps improve the mitigating risk factors. For anyone with a COVID-19 positive or a close contact, they will be removed from the team and placed in quarantine or isolation for 10 days. Due to the nature of sports, all of team members will be placed in quarantine if there's a positive case on the team. If we find out that there's a positive case when we're on the bus, when we arrive to another playing facility, we will stop immediately and return to Somerville, and those teammates will all be placed in quarantine again. What we have learned from across the state through the winter and fall sports season is that the sooner a team goes into quarantine, the less likely there is any spread, if any spread at all. So that has been one big key thing that has come out of the MIA meetings. Teams that immediately quarantine and stop play have had very limited, if at all, any cases. So we will be following that at all times. So that's something that is not happening everywhere, but that's something our entire league is doing. Also, to mitigate additional mitigating risk factors, we're going to play only league-only games. So that's 6 to 8 games in our short season rather than a 20-game season. We're going to have limited practice time to 3 times a week. That will also help limit the spread and allow us to control any cases that do arise. Again, we'll have decreased roster numbers. We're only going to have 15 to 20 players on a team with 25 people on the basketball court during a practice session. We are working on finalizing the protocols for weekly testing. Medford is also weekly testing. Everett and Lynn are looking into weekly testing. We will be following all MIAA modifications to sports. We will be following medical clearance after a positive case with the return to play to rule out any cardiac concern, which has come about during COVID-19. And lastly, we will not be sharing any water as bottles as we have in the past. Every student athlete will have their own water bottle labeled with their name on it. There will be no sharing at all. We are not going to use cups, so we can also prevent the sharing because cups are quickly spread around amongst teammates. So we won't be doing that either. And then, of course, we're going to focus on education because that is the key to all of this. All of our coaches and staff will take the COVID-19 course on the NFHS website. During our coaches preseason meeting, we will review all the cleaning protocols and safety precautions that need to happen to ensure a safe playing environment for our student athletes. All student athletes, coaches, and parents were made aware of COVID-19 symptoms and that we would be stopping play on Family ID when they registered for athletics. All student athletes will be provided written COVID-19 education handout with rules to how to keep them safe while they're playing sports. And lastly, well, 2 more, sorry. Prior to the start of the season, I will personally address each team with the coach and remind them of the safety protocols necessary to play. And lastly, anyone who was identified as a possible COVID positive case will be sent home with written instructions for their parents on what symptoms to look for, what are the next steps in terms of calling their physician, what criteria is needed to get out of isolation or quarantine, and then our proper follow-up for return to play. As I've stated, the health and safety of our student athletes is my #1 priority. It always has been, it always will be. I have devoted more time and energy into attending webinars on COVID-19 standards of care in the sports setting, as well as finding out protocols from across the country on how to keep our student athletes safe. And I believe that by following these procedures that we have in place, that we can absolutely provide our student athletes with the best environment and keep safety in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Skipper, you want to?
I do. So thank you very much. Director Vieira, for school, could you just share with them what's the action needs as we seek approval?
Superintendent Skipper, I so apologize. I feel like you broke up a little bit. It was hard to hear. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, try that again, Ms. Skipper.
Okay, sorry about that. So Director Vieira, can you just, for the sake of clarity for school committee, can you just share what exactly we need to prove tonight, what we're requesting for going forward? Because in some cases, some school committees have sought a partial vote of approval for a particular time. I think we are actually seeking something for the entirety of the seasons. And we see that as critically important because our young athletes have not had the opportunity to do the conditioning at the level they need to. We do not want them to be injured. And so we want to be able to start some of that conditioning ahead of time. So Director Vieira?
Yes, thank you, Superintendent Skipper. We are looking for an approval for all sports, but the idea for us, the approval would be for a March 1 start date in order for us to ramp up properly and put together a conditioning program for all of our student athletes. Superintendent Skipper is absolutely correct. Unlike some other communities that have allowed their students access to their buildings to either weight train or do conditioning on their own, or even to join a gym separately, our students in Somerville have not had that ability or that luxury. In many cases, most of our kids have not lifted a weight or done anything since last March. So it's critical for us to ramp this up properly and to do it in a safe way for our kids to go into sports the right way. So yes, we're looking for a March 1 start date for all of our sports that will encompass our winter, fall 2, and spring seasons through the month of June. And again, there's still more work to be looked at regarding additional conditioning, working out the proper way. The luxury we have, hopefully, is that we've been blessed with a brand new high school and a brand new fitness center. So unless we have any other issues, the opportunity to get into a new facility with state-of-the-art equipment will allow our students to do it the right way and to do it under our supervision to make sure everybody's doing it properly. Even the most fit student athlete in many cases has done nothing for quite some time. So again, we're looking for a full approval for sports throughout the rest of the school year.
Thank you for that. Point of information before I call on Ms. Norman. When would the first season begin again?
The strength and conditioning piece of it would start March 1. We wouldn't start competition until later on in March.
Right, but if you wanted to start conditioning March 1st, we have to vote on it tonight. Thank you.
Yes.
With that, Ms. Norman?
Thank you, Chair Green, and I would like to thank all of our scholar athletes for their so well-spoken thoughts and letters and public comment tonight. It is, there's been so many of them, and thank you to each and every one of you for sending them in. Thank you to Athletic Director Vieira for always working hard to make, put our students first, and a deep thank you to trainer Michelle Kelly. If you have not met her and do not know her exacting standards, I can't imagine anyone I would trust my kids' health to more than Michelle. I've seen her address broken bones, and I've also seen her detect kids in distress before they may have realized it themselves. So we are in very, very good hands. And I'd also like to thank Superintendent Skipper for always being in support of athletics and understanding the importance of it for both our students' physical and mental health. So I enthusiastically move to approve all sports starting on March 1st, including a mandatory conditioning period.
Is there a second? I'll give it to Alana. She started first. So I have a motion by Ms. Norman, seconded by Ms. Krepshin. We do have some discussion. I see you, Mr. Mayor. I'm gonna go with the order which I've already got people lined up. So I'm gonna go with Dr. Ackman, Ms. Barish, Ms. Patone, and then yourself, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the thorough presentation, Director Vieira, Trainer Kelly, and to all the students we've heard from. It's, you know, as many of my colleagues have said, we really enjoy hearing from students. My question is through the chair. I'm not quite sure who it's to, and this may be encompassing beyond sports, but I know as we begin pool testing, my understanding is if a pool has a positive test in it, then there's multiple potential people who need to be retested individually. What is our communication plan? And if that's something, like if it's only going to be individual testing for these student athletes, like I'll rescind the question and leave it till later. But I know that's a concern as people are starting to send students back into buildings. And I'm wondering what our communication plan is around that, you know, and especially for student athletes who, you know, if you're getting into conditioning and then you may not be able to participate, you're eager to, sort of how we're planning on managing that.
I'll start with Superintendent Skipper.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So, so it's a great question, and actually, in our reopening plan, we will go into some information on the pool testing, Dr. Ackman. Relative to the student athletes, they would be separated out in terms of the testing piece, but we will go into more depth in terms of the actual how we're going to undergo it with the Health and Human Services Department later on in the presentation.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Kelly?
Also on that, if there is a positive test during pool testing or individual testing, the entire team will be placed in quarantine until we can find out who the positive cases are. And then we'll decide who's in quarantine versus who's in isolation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So next we have, Ms. Barish.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I want to thank everyone who has worked so hard. In reading through the plan, I was particularly impressed, and I mean, impressed. I'm not a health professional, but I was really impressed with the care given to how students can return from quarantine. You know, sort of restarting that reconditioning process, the care given to students who may have tested positive for COVID-19, you know, 3 months ago, and looking at whether it's safe for them to return now, the care given to insist that all athletes go through this conditioning phase. Like I said, I'm impressed and really moved by the care that has been given in this plan. I did just want to ask, sorry, I just have to look at my notes because I've made so many. I wanted to ask, number one, do we have access to transportation for competition? Number two, I mean, I assume that you folks have all worked through this, but I would like to hear a little bit about, you know, how we're making sure that the athletics program at the high school dovetails with the academic programming at the high school, so that, you know, you've mentioned using the gym for recess and things like that, and the cleaning that's going to happen. I'd just like to hear a little bit about that if I could. Thank you.
Sure. If it's okay with Superintendent Skipper, I'll take the first piece and hand it off to you for the second question. Regarding the transportation, yes, we actually have a contract with Eastern Bus and have had one for quite some time. And Eastern Bus has done an amazing job at creating their own protocols, allowing only so many students on the bus with masks. Their drivers will also clean before, during, and after trips to away schools with windows open. So there's a whole list of protocols they're going to follow with only so many students allowed on the bus. We've worked that out with them, and it's very comprehensive. So we feel very safe and very good about transportation for all of our students.
And I would just add that in terms of any use of facilities, there's going to be cleaning when it comes to different groups of students using it. So that will be worked out so that there is time for when the athletes come in to use the gym. Our athletes will be using outside as well, you know, particularly in the spring season. So, and, you know, we will probably, the training in the weight room would not be something that we would have the younger students in. So there'll be plenty of opportunity within the facility to be able to let the high school students use that, our athletes, and do it safely if we're having younger students use portions of the gym earlier in the day.
Thank you. Ms. Patel?
Thank you, Chair Green. I have a quick comment and then kind of a general question. First of all, I think when this was brought up back in December by the superintendent, I was really struggling as a school committee member to sort of get my head around athletics. At the same time, we were really thinking about how do we get kids back to school? And clearly there has been, maybe not obvious to everyone, but a dramatic amount of effort being put into figuring out how we get our kids back to school academically. And one thing that the superintendent brought up, which I found compelling in helping me better understand why this is you know, we've had opportunities for our younger kids to get some out of school time activity. Not every kid, it's been opt-in, but community schools has been there, and we've expanded that programming to be able to allow some participation inside in the cold weather. And for myself, I've kind of contextualized it that way, that, you know, our high school students right now are not scheduled to return to buildings. We will not have, at least as much as we know now, enough space to bring them back the way we'd like to. And this is a small thing that we can do for some students. Obviously, if we have the confidence that the safety and security is there. So that has helped me deal with this, and it doesn't minimize all the other work that's being done and concern about trying to get our kids back to school. This is a sub item that can provide some emotional and social relief and physical relief for some of our students. So that has been helpful to me. So I just wanted to put that out there and share that again. In terms of athletes and sort of the expectations for them, especially around indoor spaces. So I imagine that we have a capacity in our training room, and we're going to reduce the use of that capacity to a certain number.
Yes.
But students who are so desperate to be together, and expecting them to comply to these rules, I think is going to be pretty challenging. Not to say that they won't do it because they know this is a privilege, but you know, I guess I want to have an understanding that, short of having maybe a contract with the kids, because giving a kid a sheet of paper and saying these are the rules you have to follow is very different than saying if you don't follow these rules, you cannot participate in our programming. So I guess that's what I'm asking about, is what are the expectations for the students, that they comply to the social distancing rules, the water rules, whatever all those rules are, and what is sort of the consequence. Again, I'm assuming that most kids are going to be feeling really privileged that they have this opportunity and they won't take that risk, but I also want to make sure that all our kids are being kept safe.
Yeah, I know Michelle can speak this as well, but I'll just speak up. A lot of our students, so back in the fall, we did a fall conditioning for our students. It was an opportunity for our students to get there. So they were made very well aware of the protocols and the guidelines that had to be followed. And what you said is absolutely correct. They understand that it is a privilege, that to be out there with their fellow teammates and their coaches. I can also tell you that many of our students, because of the lack of opportunities that high school has offered, have played in, whether it be some travel leagues and some AAU teams and club teams. There's been opportunity, youth soccer, things have happened, have continued to happen with specific guidelines and protocols that they followed. So they're fully aware and they fully understand what's at risk and what needs to happen. So we're going to be there every step of the way. So we're going to make sure we remind them. I promise you that. But I really feel very confident that our students, our parents, fully understand what needs to happen in order to keep everybody safe.
Ms. Skipper.
And I would just add to that, you know, what we've seen with all of the students that have come through community schools so far, not the students that we have to remind again and again.
It's the truth.
So the kids get it, they understand, they want to be together, but they understand they have to do it safely or they can't. And so I think, you know, I think sometimes we underestimate what our students are capable of. And I think in this case, they so, as they articulated, want to do this, that they will give it their very best effort. Doesn't mean we won't have to remind them, but, you know, like we do adults, but I think they will give it their very best effort.
Well, thank you again.
Of course.
Mr. Mayor, then Ms. Norman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For you, I want to thank Stan Vieira and Michelle Kelly and all the other communities that worked with everyone to be deliberate and thoughtful and diligent about putting together a plan. I'd submit the best plan you see versus any other league in the Commonwealth, and I'm going to support it. One, full disclosure, you know, I have a son who plays scholastic sports at Somerville High, but I also coached sports at the scholastic level, Somerville High for years in football and Medford High School and around the Commonwealth for boys and girls sports as well as youth sports. But as we talk about official league scholastic sports, I do want to emphasize, and haven't spoken to some of you, that there are a lot of kids who don't play organized sports, and you know, we're going to work hard to make sure we continue via the city and other opportunities to get those who participate in intramurals or other activities just to move and be healthy and be more active. address that as well. This is one component of something our kids have been missing out with. We know COVID has shined a glaring spotlight on the inequities in the whole system. Actually, here's one example. It's been sports. So the communities in the Greater Boston League embody and are home to many of the most vulnerable populations in the Commonwealth that have been hit hardest by COVID. So while my son's been privileged and others to be able to play in a club team and go outside and follow the rules, a lot of the kids in these communities, and I talked to my good friend, the Mayor Lynn Tom McGee, about this for the last several months, couldn't even do that because they can't afford it. Yet a student from Swampscott High School next door could use the golf course in Lynn. I mean, there's a big problem with that picture. But the benefit we've suffered, our kids have had to wait longer, but we've learned a lot of lessons from all the other school districts and municipalities and organizations that have launched and done things wrong. I also worked with many of the major athletic league and facility representatives and organizing conversations with the Commonwealth about safety protocols. And I'd submit those efforts have worked. We saw, for example, in hockey at the beginning of the year across the Commonwealth, when there were major spikes and outbreaks, not just in Massachusetts, but around New England, and more stringent measures are put in place. And we've seen much fewer incidents, or very few incidents, and certainly no major outbreaks in that activity as well as others. And I believe the superintendent just mentioned this. I want to emphasize it's typically not the participants and what happens on the field of play. It's been spectators and parents. So I'll give you examples. And this is why we at the Somerville Rink and other municipalities did this. Other facilities at one point excluded all spectators, and now we certainly minimized that, and there are very stringent rules in place. Usually the cause of any major transmission outbreak had to do what happened on the way to an event, in between events, out in the parking lot, in the lobbies, and there are a lot of lessons that have been learned, and we have put, I believe, across the league in every district and municipality necessary measures to avoid the risk of any major outbreak. That being said, I wholeheartedly endorse this because it's one of the major avenues we can control and outlets for kids to get some emotional relief and express themselves. And speaking of inequity, I'll just share one other story. Months ago, and Mr. Vieira knows this and Ms. Kelly, because in January when this conversation came up, shortly around that time afterwards, or right around that time, the Boston Globe and the Boston Herald does this as well, published, they're all scholastic winners in a particular sport. In this case, it was winter sports. And the Herald followed afterwards. And if you look at all the athletes, well deserving, I'm sure, they all look like me. We're all white. There were none of our kids in any of our communities. And I remember I called a well-known high school sports reporter in one of the newspapers at the Herald, and I said, I know you're going to follow with an article. I hope you all spend the time to recognize the kids in these communities. Not that all be all scholastics, although I'm certain some would be, but just have the opportunity to participate and earn that recognition, or some league all-star recognition, and being denied that, to watch that, as we heard via the other administrators and ADs and trainers from the other municipalities and league, demoralizing. It was dejecting for them. So here's something we can do safely. It's been well thought out in a very methodical way, led by expertise, guided by experts. And I'd submit and hope and pray that we have a positive resolution and vote on this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Norman?
Just to speak quickly to Ms. Patone's concerns, is we have a lot of information, right? We've had kids together at different ages since September. As Mr. Vieira said, there's been other leagues have been playing. Somerville Youth Hockey has been playing since September, and there hasn't been a transmission at the rink yet. And to emphasize what the mayor said is that most of the transmissions are happening from adults, right? It's not the kids. The kids are highly motivated. So I feel I'm very confident that our kids are motivated and will comply, and we have a lot of evidence to speak to that.
Thank you. I think I will call myself very briefly, and then if I don't hear anything from other members, which I doubt I will, I'll call the question. I'm just going to say that Cosmo took the words out of my mouth, or used my words against me. We have an obligation to do whatever we can to support our high school students as we use their buildings to reopen, and this is something we can do, so I support it. Ms. Patone, yes.
I had one more question. I think the last thing I want to, I guess, be confident about is that clearly there's been a lot of homework done in Somerville as well as with the other leagues, and that's really impressive. But it sounds like not all of the leagues are doing testing, and I think all parents should know that. So that students from other leagues may or may not be testing their students, and that I think parents need full disclosure to make good decisions. So that's just one of my flags. Thank you.
Any comment? Okay. Then if I have no objection, I'm going to call the question on this. We have a motion by Ms. Norman, seconded by Ms. Krepshin, to approve the full approval of Somerville High School sports starting with conditioning March 1st. Superintendent, will you call the roll?
Certainly. Dr. Phillips?
Yes.
Ms. Krepshin?
Yes.
President McLaughlin? Mayor Curtatone?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Barish?
Yes.
Ms. Patone?
Yes.
Dr. Ackman?
Yes.
Ms. Norman?
Yes.
Our athletes have their seasons. Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Skipper, for the purposes of the people who, the 174 people who stuck with us so far, shall we move to Unidos?
We shall. Thank you again, Director Vieira and Ms. Kelly.
Thank you very much, everybody, for the opportunity.
Before we start the presentation, I will just explain that while we had to vote on athletics tonight because we won't have another chance before March 1st, the district has informed me that as long as we vote by our next meeting on Unidos, that enrollment can go on as planned. So it is my intention, unless there is a motion from the body to do otherwise, to follow our normal 2 reading policies and have Unidos presented tonight, and have a vote at our next meeting.
Great. So, Mr. Chair, Assistant Superintendent Mazza is going to lead this apart. He's done a great deal of work with a small team that provided you an update in a memo a school committee ago and through ed programs about the Unidos and the proposed changes. So, Mr. Mazza, I'll let you kick it off.
Sure. Thank you, Superintendent Skipper. Through you, Chair Green. As you know, the Unidos dual language program at East is where students develop proficiency in listening, speaking, reading and writing in both Spanish and English, with 2 bilingual teachers, for each grade. 1 teacher is a native speaker, a Spanish speaker, and 1 is a native English speaker. The teachers do not translate. Instead, they use specialized dual language techniques to help all students understand academic content and gain language. Students spend 50% of the time learning their native language and the other 50% learning their second language. Students also receive intensive native language literacy instruction and are separated initially for second language skill development. And these students that are in the program, they also learn the second language through other content areas of mathematics, social studies, and science. As you know, as part of any program that we have, there's a program review, and we take a look at various aspects of each program. For Unidos, we began looking at the current enrollment policy. And after an extensive review of current research and consultation with various stakeholders, it was determined that the current enrollment policy does not align with the current research. So that from that stemmed the proposal that went to ed programs, and that is now will be in front of you tonight. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Dr. Davila and her team, Principal Obed Morales from East Somerville, and Unidos Director Maureen Hughes.
I mean, we can just alter this by putting the line for me like, oh, I just got here, what are we doing? I'm just joking.
Superintendent Skipper, we can't hear you.
I was just going to suggest on the background noises to ask people to mute themselves unless they're presenting.
There we go.
Maureen, you good?
Yeah, thanks. Hi, can everyone see my screen?
No, originally you had something up. There you go.
There it is. Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Superintendent Skipper, for having us here today. As Chad said, I'm here. I'm Maureen Hughes. I am the Unidos specialist in the Somerville Public Schools, and I'm here with a team that includes Sarah Davila, Obed Morales, Paulina Metropolis, Regina Bartholomew, and Glenda Soto. It's a large group, and just in that small cohort, we also expand beyond that. Last year, when this conversation began, that included teachers and parents, as Chad said, to really think about one of the many aspects in the Unidos program to ensure we're providing excellence for everyone. And so today, what I'll do is walk you through the proposal. And we continue to appreciate feedback from our community. This is a journey we are on together, and we want to make sure that everyone's voice is heard and that everyone is comfortable with these shifts as we work to support students in our program. So just to begin, we want to be clear. There's been some questions exactly around what this is. The proposal that we have, and we'll share with you tonight, does not cause any. It does not impact students that are currently enrolled in the Unidos program, nor will it impact siblings' preferences. That will continue. And the program will continue to be firmly committed to excellence in dual language education. We've heard some people asking, saying to us, when I joined this program, I was told it was a dual language or a bilingual program, and now I'm starting to question that. And we just want to be really clear up front that that is not being shifted. There is no changes away from our commitment to being a strong dual language education program that supports Spanish language learners and supports English language learners. That is a foundation to what Unidos stands for, the vision of the program, and in no way would this enrollment decision change that focus for us. What we're doing today is speaking about one aspect of the many aspects that we do to commit to all our students. This aspect, particularly today, we're presenting on is geared towards focusing on enrollment. I could do a whole nother presentation on all the things that we have done and continue to do as we look to support both Spanish language learners and English language learners. But for the purpose of this presentation, we're focusing on enrollment. If you're unfamiliar with the Unidos program, we are, as I mentioned, the dual language program in the Somerville Public Schools, meaning, as Chad said, instruction is in both English and Spanish. There are approximately 350 students in this program, and the program is housed at East Somerville Community School and is also under the guidance of the multilingual department as we work with language learners. If you're unfamiliar with the Somerville community background and the profile, we wanted to just share that the composition of the student body across the whole school reflects the same type of composition we see in the Unidos program. The school has 69.9% of the students self-identifying as Hispanic. That is the largest in the district, and it also mirrors what we see in the program itself. And so just diving into the program's profile, we wanted to just share that we continue to appreciate and value that we draw from students across the entire school, across the entire district. There are families that join us from many different schools, both on the two-way English side and the two-way Spanish side. That makes up our population. The program is very popular. It is a tribute to the increasing interest amongst families in our district to be a part of the dual language program. And so as it continues to gain popularity, we continue to see more and more families across the district seeking it out and taking advantage of this opportunity in the Somerville Public Schools. That being said, we want to think about what the research around an effective bilingual dual language program is. And that's something that is the right thing for us to do for all students in our program, to keep our program healthy. As I said, we have a foundation to support students to become bilingual. And that foundation is built upon following the research that shows us the best practices to ensure we're providing Somerville Public School students with the best cutting edge research as they enter and exit our program. Dual language education is an effective approach, and some argue it's the most effective approach to provide literacy and proficiency in English and a partner language. In our case, that partner language is Spanish. But dual language programs equally must be rooted in a commitment to protect access to educational lifelines for immigrants, for emergent bilinguals, and Brown and Black students who we know historically have lacked access to basic things such as resources, evidence-based practices, and environments. That is a core of what we believe in and what makes a dual language program a powerful place for all students to learn. So, you know, people often say to us, well, why? Why does that have to be a commitment? And as I said, there are populations we know from the research, we know from lived experiences that English language learners are part of the population that has historically been marginalized. And when those students are placed in monolingual English instruction environments, those students often do not have the same access to the high achievement that they could be potentially getting when they're building literacy in their primary language alongside their English. And ultimately, it affects graduation rates. We see that across the country. And while in the last few years, that gap has narrowed slightly, it's still not where it should be for our students who are language learners. Equally so, we know that English learner participation in a dual language program, as I mentioned, is associated with the academic improvements, but also the linguistic and emotional outcomes. One of the things we know from data at the high school is that students who come through the Unidos program who are English language learners, native Spanish speakers, are more likely to seek out and get the bilingual seal of biliteracy when they graduate. They go directly to the office to say, we want that. That's something we're proud of. And we really attribute that to the values that we build in the program around being proud of your background, being proud of your language and your family values and experiences. Also, we know that dual language education provides opportunities for all students to gain valuable multilingual and cross-cultural skills. And that's something that's really important when we think about the rich different backgrounds of our students. Half of our students, you know, a good population of our students are coming in with either a little or no Spanish background. That's the language and the culture. And those students really gain a rich understanding of the background and culture of some of their peers that are not only in our program, in our school, but also in our community in a very deep and personal way. We include some books here just to share with the community that are rooted in our program. Alma is a story about a student who has two last names, a very traditional story about a little girl wondering why she has two last names. For a Hispanic student who comes into our program with two last names, which is very traditional and typical that we would see for a Hispanic student, we want to build pride that having those two last names, there's an identity there that's really important to who you are and to be proud of that. And at the same time, for students who do not have that tradition in their naming, in their family naming, they understand it, they appreciate it, and they value it equally so. Also, we want to stay committed to English language learners and immigrants, particularly in the Unidos program and particularly in Somerville. And really why we're here tonight is to align what's going on in enrollment in the program with the district's equity policy. The district's equity policy highlights really clearly for us that sometimes equality does not mean, you know, this is different than equality, which means providing each individual student with the exact same conditions. And sometimes that's not what we need to do. What we are noticing is that these populations of students who I identified earlier in the presentation, who include immigrants and language learners, have not always had enough opportunity that we want to make sure that they have to access this research-based program. The equity policy of our district supports that, and that's part of why we're here tonight, to adjust our practices in enrollment to align with the practices that the district is committed to. So in a nutshell, why we're here is that currently in enrollment in Unidos, we have about 54% of our students, 54.3% of the students who enter our program or are in our program are either fluent or have never been an English language learner. So they came in already flipped, or they came in as a fluent native English speaker. And they're in the program accessing the second language, which is Spanish. And on the other hand, we have about 45% of our students, so a smaller cohort, who are students who either came in with limited English, or students who had limited English but then flipped out. So these are students who are English language learners, if you will. So as you see on the graph, we have more students in the program right now who are learning Spanish than we have who are learning English. And when we think about the research around that, we need to pause for a moment and go back to what we said about equity, and go back to what we said about historically populations which have not had access to programming that we know provides them with an outstanding opportunity to excel later on in life. So that made us really step back and reflect. If our population right now is showing that there's an imbalance in the number of students who are getting into our program who are going to be learning English, we need to look at our enrollment process. And just under a decade ago, the District of Somerville moved towards the 3-bucket system, if you will, a 3-bucket system where we would have a third of our students come in as native, as students who are Spanish learners. So these are either native English speakers or native English fluency, and they're learning Spanish in the program. And then a third of our students who would be English learners. So these are students who are native Spanish speakers or who have native Spanish and are learning English in the program. And then the last third was called this bilingual bucket. This is very unique to Somerville. And the purpose behind it, the thinking was really good behind it. It said, and we continue to say, I want to be clear, we continue to say bilingual learners are absolutely essential in our program. But that students in that bucket are, all students in our program are learning on a spectrum to become bilingual, right? Some students may have a little bit of the second language, other students may have more of their second language. But that bucket in itself is a bit problematic because it's saying that a student has equal levels of both languages to the extent where they're going to be a model student for both, which we do see students who do that, but they equally naturally fall into the Spanish learners or the English learner bucket because the language that they go back to, what we call, is their dominant language. Because this is the language that students self-select when they're on the playground, when they're in the lunchroom, when they're lining up. This is the language the student self-selects when they're sitting and talking to a peer and there's no requirement from the teacher to use one of the 2 languages. We call it the dominant language the child goes back to and uses naturally. And that is where we ran into an issue, which is many of our students who come in that bilingual bucket actually were choosing English as their dominant language, which then resulted in our graph, as you see on the last page, skewing towards more students who are English dominant students. These are students who are choosing and self-selecting English on the playground, or who could be self-selecting that language. And what that means is that for students who are learning Spanish, they're having less of an opportunity to hear that language during those times because more students are self-selecting English. And so that's something we want to think about to keep the program healthy and our vision and mission around making sure all students leave the program bilingual. So we thought about that bucket and said, how can we dive deeper into it? And Glenda Soto, who's not here with us tonight, did a really nice data dive looking at the students who, based on the home language survey, were identifying as being native Spanish speakers. Because at first glance, when we looked at kindergarten up through 8th grade, it looked like we had a different population than what we're seeing in the graph. It looked like we had more students who were native Spanish speakers, identifying that on the home survey. But when we dived deeper into it to see what language those students were selecting at home, particularly in 1st grade, we started to notice that the gap narrowed significantly because families were identifying that English was their preferred language. So while they may have had Spanish as the home language that they grew up with as parents, the preferred language that they have interacting with school is often the preferred language they're using with their children. And all of a sudden, it became much more obvious why we had more and more students who were in the English bucket, because we were seeing that more students were coming from families where the preferred language was English. Glenda also went even deeper into that to look specifically at students who had families that had self-identified as Hispanic or Latino, and found that there was a discrepancy. There were times where families had self-identified as their first language being Spanish, but their preferred language being English, and they had self-identified as Hispanic and Latino. And as Glenda so elegantly articulated, this is absolutely possible, but it was worth exploring further to see why there was so many students that were fitting this unique profile. And she noticed that there was also discrepancies where sometimes the older child would be self-identifying as a native English speaker, and then a sibling would come along and the family would then self-identify as a native Spanish-speaking family, therefore taking a bucket in the Spanish side of the 3-bucket system. But the family language perhaps is still English, but there is a nanny or there is some infusion of some Spanish. But again, that dominant language, the preferred language, if you will, of the family seemed to align more with being in that English bucket. So what does enrollment actually look like now? It looks more like the pie graph I showed you. Is what we found is that when we look at that preferred language, particularly in the last few years, we are really close to 50-50, 40, 49, 50, right? And the pie graph looks across the whole K-8 program. This is breaking it down by grade level. So we can see how enrollment has changed. So while the 3-bucket system may have been appropriate back at the beginning, at this point, it made more sense. We see a shift. We see that the 3-bucket system might not be making sense given where we are with the populations coming in the program. And so, Glenda, as I said, did a really thorough study, and I'm happy to go through this more in detail if families would like as well. We've included the research in here, and it's on the PowerPoint that we've shared with school committee as well. But ultimately, the last piece I wanted to mention on this is that Glenda also noticed that where did those students go who didn't get in? Because as I mentioned, the program is very popular across the whole district. 480 students currently are enrolled. Currently selected Unidos as their first choice. And out of that, 350 of those students did enroll in Unidos, which leaves us with, okay, where are the others? So out of the 350, 343 had selected the dual language program as their first choice, and 7 did not. They were on the wait list and then were able to get in. 45% of those students were those two-way Spanish families, so students who are speaking Spanish as their native language and they're learning English, they're English language learners. And 55%, as I mentioned, were those students who are learning Spanish, they're native English language models in the program, and they're students who come together to form the whole cohort. But that left up 137 students. So Glenda wondered, where are those students? 6 of them are in special ed, 103 are in the regular education, 56 fluent speakers of English who represent 41% of the students not enrolled in Unidos, and 47 who are FLEPT. Those are former ELLs. And 28 sheltered English immersion program. 28 are in that sheltered immersion program. So that's what accounts for that 137. Many of those students, interestingly, are at East. Some of those students are sitting in the standard program, the other half of the building, and they are native Spanish speakers who have never been able to grow and learn their Spanish language literacy skills. For whatever reason, they're not able to access and learn those skills at home or outside of school, and they're not getting access to it here in the Somerville Public Schools simply because there's no seat for them. So they're sitting in a standard program and they're working on their English development, and we know from the research that ultimately it becomes very difficult when that gap is there for students, and the research says always to support them to grow their literacy in their first language. So what do? When we looked at those wait lists and we thought about it, we said we've got to go back to the enrollment. We've got to go back to what the research says. And note, it's worth noting that the demand for this program is across both English language learners and Spanish language learners, particularly in the younger grades. We see that increase of families interested in sitting on the wait list who are waiting to join the program to learn Spanish. But we also see a very high level of families waiting that are native Spanish-speaking families waiting to enter the program to learn their Spanish background, literacy skills, and pass them on to their children while they're simultaneously learning English. So what does the research say? It says to be very, very careful in selecting your enrollment process when you have what we call an imbalance. And the reason for that is not that we don't want everyone in the program. Absolutely, we do. The problem with that is that we know English as the dominant language in society, it fuses into schools in all sorts of ways, and because it's the language that students naturally are falling back on because they're hearing it outside in their community, they're hearing it outside of the school building. And so we've got to be really thoughtful around the balance of language for students to really get an immersion experience in both the English side and the Spanish side, being the minority language in society. And the research is very clear to say when that happens, that you have this misalignment, that you don't have, when you're starting to see 2/3 of your population being of the majority language, that you've got to step back. You've got to think back to the cores of our program, which is to make sure that students that are coming from historically marginalized populations, immigrants, students who are language learners, have access to the program that this district offers, to one of the programs that is identified as one of the best, to help them build their natural Spanish fluency, literacy skills, as alongside their English. And so it says very clearly in the guiding principles of dual language education, a core resource for dual language programs across this country, that there should be no more than 2/3 speakers of one language and 1/3 of the other. And when given the choice, to make sure that 2/3 population are those students who have historically been marginalized. So what do? We come to you to share this information, to bring it to our community. We've had the opportunity to meet with the East Somerville Community School Council. Ober Morales met with this PTA. We met and shared this presentation with the Unidos staff, then with all the staff, the larger staff in the East Somerville Community School. Obed has also gone ahead and put all this information into his weekly communications and shared it out with the ILT team. So we've really looked to bring this information forward to our community, to share with them that this is not about exclusion. This is about making sure we are providing all students with the best that we can, and to commit to our values around bilingual education for all students in the program, and to ensure that historically marginalized populations have access to this program. So it's with urgency that we share with you our proposal and the exact two bullet points that we've come here to share with the community and get more feedback on. The first one is to move away from that 3-bucket system that I shared with you earlier and to the simple 2-bucket system. This will align us with best practices across the state, as well as best practices in the research, by allowing us to have one lottery for prospective English language learners that has 2/3 of the seats for the cohort, and 1/3 of the seats will be reserved for those English fluent students who are going to come in and learn Spanish. Our resources, our supports, our commitments for both populations will continue to be a priority in our program as we look to develop literacy, bilingualism, and biculturalism for all of our students. The second proposal, the second bullet in our proposal, is to move away from the current structure. Because we're moving to a 2-bucket system, we're allowed to make a shift in the way we are assessing and the screening process. Currently, students come in, and if they need to take, based on the home language survey, as I showed you in the results that Glenda looked at, students who identify as speaking a language other than English at home, they've checked that off on the home language survey, do take the English language screener. And then students who identify as Spanish speakers do take the Spanish language screener. For a child, that's a lot in one day. They're literally taking 2 assessments with 2 different people back to back. And it's fatiguing for a 4 or 5-year-old child coming into the system. And ultimately, we know a one moment in time assessment with someone you don't know for a 4 and 5-year-old is very difficult to get a proper assessment as how they're doing. So the second bullet of the proposal is to adjust that at the same time by continuing to do the English language screening for all students who need it upon enrollment, and then simply students who identify on that screening as being an English language learner would go into the English language learner bucket, and students who identify as being an English language speaker who would then go into the learning the Spanish bucket. So what you would see is really an opportunity for those 2 buckets a bucket space still for students who are learning English, and a bucket space for students who are learning Spanish for 1/3 of the seats, and 2/3 of the seats going to the English language learners. And ultimately, we're very open to different things. I know SPSS is looking at other opportunities to expand the program, or to try other models. Absolutely, we want to continue to partner with school committee, with our families, and do whatever makes the most sense for our community. Finally, we want to just remind families that we really feel that this proposal has positive outcomes for all our students. For the English language learners, it will provide greater equity in access to, as I mentioned, the research-based program, and greater access to the curriculum, those instructional practices that are distinct and unique in a dual language program to help students who are coming from a Spanish-speaking background to be successful in school and beyond. At the same time, this shift will make a positive change for our Spanish language learners, because it will increase their exposure to peers. The most powerful language model is our friends, to peers who really come with that dominant Spanish background of literacy and a fluency in oracy skills, which will allow our language model immersion classrooms to really rise to a new level of fluency and authenticity in language learning for the Spanish language learners, and ultimately increase their linguistic proficiency. So we want to thank you and just leave you with this parent perspective. We have included and will continue to listen to the voices of our families, both in the program, graduating families. We've heard from many families who graduated saying the unique experience of being part of this rich background of different students from Hispanic backgrounds in the Unidos program is very powerful. It's something we hold very close to our heart. The multiculturalism of the program is one of the unique and special features that we want to continue beyond these years to continue to provide excellence for all our students. So thank you very much. I'm going to stop sharing my screen so we can open it up to the committee. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time, and Superintendent Skipper.
Great, thank you so much. Mr. Chair is having some technical difficulties, so I am taking the gavel. I will open it up to questions. It looks like I have Dr. Ackman first.
Hi, first I want to thank you so much for the thorough and really well thought out presentation. It's been an intense year. I do want to say I first heard about this from parents, and I first heard about it from parents who were frustrated and displeased and confused. And myself as a parent who is in the process of registering children for the first time for Somerville Public Schools, I can see that for those families who are interested in Unidos as a top choice, this up in the air, not sure what it's going to look like for fall of 21, when we can't tour schools, when there's a lot that we genuinely don't know. I believe in this proposal. I don't see the urgency for fall of 21. And so I'm curious why this is being brought to us now, and why, from at least what has been presented to me, the community has not been brought along, the Unidos community, with this proposal. And I have not just heard from, native English families. And I understand that it will not impact the currently enrolled students, but they're the biggest cheerleaders for this school. And so I guess those are my questions. Like, what has the community impact been? Why the urgency given all this upheaval for this fall? And then, also to the points about buckets, like you've given a reason for why you're changing the weighted measurements, and I understand that, but why, is there a reason for, aside from 2/3, 1/3 being like, it should be no less than 1/3, why not 3/5, 2/5? Like, though I'm seeking to understand these choices.
Maureen, did you want to take a stab?
Sorry, I was on mute. Obed, I didn't know do you want to jump in and share a little bit about the community? I'm happy to as well, but if you wanted to address that first.
No, thank you, Ms. Ackman. It's fair enough, your question and your feedback that you received from community members. We began looking at this in the spring of 2020. It's obviously we all aware of the current conditions that we're under in remote learning and under the closure of schools. This is a system that's been in place for, I believe, it's 7 or 8 years. Dr. Davila can speak to more of when the shift happened. But the rationale behind it is what's best practices and what is in alignment with what's best practices in dual language programs and how it impacts the populations and how it enriches multilingual learners, specifically the partner language learners, which are your English language learners. In terms of looking at the process, we were provided some guidelines, which I will not speak to. I'll let Dr. Davila or Superintendent Skipper to provide some guidelines on how to go about this. And we began the actual formal presentation process and putting together what you saw tonight in December of 2020, when I began talking to school council, our PTA, and our community. I know it impacts Somerville as a whole because this is a citywide program. So this is, we were giving these guidelines to come to you. And now I'll defer to Superintendent Skipper or Dr. Davila.
Helps if I unmute. So I think it would be good to just talk about the process, as this is something that's come up through ed programs. And, you know, I think appropriately, as some of these things are proposed, whether it's this or whether it's math programming or whatever it is, ed programs is the correct subcommittee for that to orient it. And then from there to be able to go to broader school committee. So Assistant Superintendent Mazza, do you want to kind of start and lay out, you know, what sort of happened in the programs, and then certainly I think Ms. Soto needs to be commended for the work that she did in the deep dive on this, so that again, whatever policy changes we're seeking are done rooted in data. So.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair. So in December, the team presented to ed programs the proposal for changing the enrollment. The proposal contained a limited amount of data. And so the ed program subcommittee gave the team a little bit of homework about the historical data behind Unidos and why all of a sudden now was the change. So what Maureen was presenting was the data that Principal Glenda Soto from Argenziano, who used to be at East, uncovered when she really took a deep dive into the data. And when we looked at the research behind it, it didn't match with the research, and it didn't align with the research didn't align with, you know, our current enrollment with the 3 buckets. And when she looked further, and it found that there was a 55-45 split for native English speakers to native Spanish speakers, we were headed in the wrong way as a dual language program. And a lot of what the research talks about is you know, that 70-30 split of the instruction, the number of native Spanish speakers to number of native English speakers. So when the group came back to ed programs with that information, there was a much more compelling argument to say, look, we found inequities and we are looking to change those to make the dual language program run and serve the students it's actually supposed to serve. From that came the recommendation to come before you tonight, which is the process we'll be undertaking a lot more with different facets through ed programs, but we want to make sure we have fidelity to that process. I mean, I commend, you know, Principal Morales for keeping this community. Maybe not everybody was apprised of what was happening, but in terms of process from ed programs to school committee, I think we were on point, but I totally understand the idea of, and so does the team, of getting a more, a wider range of community involvement, comment, to get different perspectives in terms of, you know, what people are thinking. That makes sense?
And I think, so Assistant Superintendent Mazza, it might be also good to address Dr. Atman's question about why now. So I mean, I think that the team gave this some thought. We're in a pandemic. Communication is not the easiest right now. And we've also been charged, which we take extremely seriously, with looking at issues of equity that may arise and addressing those in a timely way. So there is tension here in that way. But what was sort of the compelling reason why the team wanted to make sure to bring this forward now?
If I could address that, I think for me, I take a longer view, Dr. Ackman. I've been part of this program since its inception. So since 1999, when we meant to serve our Spanish-speaking immigrant community with the highest quality programming that we could, and we continue to do that. And at the same time, we value multilingualism. We value the opportunities for every student, every family to benefit from bilingual, bicultural experiences. What's happened, and I think we feel the sense of urgency because when we see the shift that probably has to do with the change of population in East Somerville, as much as just the popularity of the program, we know we have to adjust, and we feel a sense of urgency for this particular kindergarten class. The last number of years, I've experienced in my position of overseeing language assessment for incoming students, that there is this sense of competition for seats, unhealthy competition, where families want to have their 4 or 5-year-olds, have to study or, do well on a test. We don't want to foster that kind of environment. We want to expand opportunities for all our families and ensure that the program that is intended meets its research-based purpose. And I think that we are experiencing what I would, sort of I don't know what the word is. There's a reaction to this move that I think is something that we should all take pause and think about, is when a change happens, where is this reaction coming from where, oh, I'm not getting this opportunity, rather than thinking about, as a community, how do we make more opportunities for all without building barriers for students who need the program the most.
May I ask a follow-up? Chair Green,
Andre,
you're muted.
Yep, still not having trouble. Sorry, we were having a little bandwidth over here for some reason, even though I paid for the good internet. I was here for the whole presentation. I just couldn't have my camera on. Dr. Ackman, got a follow-up?
I do. So to that point, and I know Dr. Davila has spoken to the neighborhood and sort of the changes in East Somerville, but this is another sort of question I have. Like, if we're looking at enrollment, why are we choosing to make these buckets as opposed to prioritizing students in this neighborhood? Because again, this is, most of the students draw from this neighborhood. As you mentioned in your presentation, my larger question is, again, like, I appreciate the perspective you're coming from. I appreciate the urgency. I appreciate where you're coming from. I appreciate the equity, the equity push. I, am coming, as I said, from the perspective of parents who are seeking to enroll their children for the first time in our district, who don't know what to expect, and enrollment ends in 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I appreciate, that lens, but to me, I would have to be really strongly convinced that for these families that already don't know so much, and there's so much that we're not going to get to see and understand firsthand, that we, you know, that asking them to consider enrolling when we don't know what the enrollment will look like, I don't know. I think that's a lot to ask families that are entering the system for the first time. And I'm curious about, you know, why not a neighborhood preference? Why not like 3/5, 2/5, things like that?
If may I respond? It's a language-based program. As far as I know, every other dual language program, two-way model, does language proficiency-based enrollment. Not that we couldn't do other things, not that we couldn't also consider neighborhood, but this is the model. And the attempt that was made in Somerville to draw English speakers into the dual language model 8 years ago has served its purpose and has tipped the balance. But the typical way for any dual language program that I'm aware of is a language dominant, you know, either you're a Spanish learner or you're an English learner. And the research does have the 2/3, 1/3 ratio. So it is following the research.
Mr. Morales.
And just to follow up on Dr. Davila's comment, in the two-way system that Massachusetts Department of Elementary Secondary Education, that is the model that is endorsed, which is from the Center of Applied Linguistics, which is a 2/3, 1/3 model. And we want to make clear that in following DESE's guidelines and following the equity initiative and the equity push that we have here in Somerville, that the equity balance that Dr. Davila mentioned, if we continue this, then, you know, in no time, this program will be 70-30 with English dominant speakers and maybe 30% of English language learners. So you'll have this balance that's going to be difficult, and it's not going to be true to the nature of a dual language program that is endorsed by DESE.
Thank you. I can't thank you all for listening to my questions and answering them thoughtfully.
Thank you. Dr. Phillips.
Thank you. Thank you for that great presentation and for all the time and care you spent bringing the school committee along. I really appreciate it. I very much support this proposed change, and I look forward to voting for it. But I worry a little bit that we're trying to recarve a fixed pie rather than expand the pie. And I have heard from families all across the language spectrum how important bilingual education is to them, how important having different second language opportunities for their kids is. What I'm not clear about is to what extent different groups of families prioritize having more language options or bilingual options, as opposed to all the other things that we could do to improve the public schools for our kids. And I'm wondering how the district is thinking about gathering that information from families in terms of what are their priorities for improving the district, so that we can think about where does expanding bilingual education fall into the many things that we could do to make the district work better for all the different groups of kids that we serve.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair. So I think this is exactly where we want to go next, which is to be able to survey families, to understand what they, what placement language has for them, when that would be, where, in what form that could be, And so that would be something that would be proposed again to ed programs, as this is how we would intend to undertake that kind of surveying. But I think that's very important to do. You know, I think the challenge with this, and you know, I think the questions that school committee are asking tonight are good ones. I'm not sure that it changes the data. You know, the data is the data, right? And so ultimately, when we make a decision, we're making a decision both on the data and the process. And so I think if there's things in terms of the process piece that would that school committee would like to see us work towards, such as that surveying, or even the expansion of language menu based on, you know, if that is what the results show, then that's certainly something that we should be undertaking. I think what this team was trying to do was to separate out, you know, the intent and the best practice of how to have a dual immersion program from the delivery of language to English speakers, which are intertwined, but they are separate. And so I think, you know, this group was really trying to undertake, how do we make Unidos as pure to that goal as possible, and ensure that in the process, students that are attending Unidos who are English language learners for whom it was designed for are not being unintentionally harmed in that process. And I think that's what the attempt was, to try to kind of collect the data around, was that equity question. If there's other things in terms of process that school committee would like us to look at, or a timeline, you know, that may be different than what's being proposed, I think those are things that school committee can certainly bring to the table that we can take into consideration. But I think that's, in general, what we were trying to get at, was a very different question, not so much, you know, whether or not there is interest in bilingualism in terms of second language acquisition for English speakers. I think what we'll find is that there usually is in most districts. How do you deliver that? And if to compromise a model to deliver it isn't the right solution, to develop a menu that delivers it and allows a model that's intended for L students to go forward in the best possible way it can, that's what we should be striving for, is to have both of those things exist at the same time.
Quick follow-up, thank you for that. Quick follow-up, is it EGG programs that we would refer parent priorities for the future, or is it long-range planning?
It's to the chair, and the chair would decide, depending on the nature of the recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so next I have Ms. Patone, Ms. Krepshin, and Ms. Barish. I'm going to ask members to keep their questions informational. We have time to deliberate and discuss and have opinions at our next meeting. And we still have several large items to do tonight.
I think through you, Chair Green.
Yes.
I do want to make a quick comment, but I will preface it with my question around, you know, I'm hearing from a handful of families that feel like they weren't part of this process. And that's what I'm struggling with a little bit. I think that the team has made a really strong case. And I think there's some things that, you know, I would emphasize a little bit based on what I heard in previous meetings. One of them is that associated with Dr. Davila and her reference to the competition that was happening, particularly with Spanish-speaking families, and that the way I interpreted some of the data that Dr. Soto or Ms. Soto represented was that we were unintentionally advantaging bilingual students in our enrollment process. So we were creating a wait list for Spanish speakers. We had a wait list for English speakers, but pretty much if you were bilingual, you were very likely to get a seat. And sometimes systems unintentionally create these advantages for certain populations. The second thing was that it's clear that there's a refinement in the vision going on here, and this program is not necessarily, maybe as some people saw it, as a Spanish immersion program, but a dual language program. And those are very different. And that's something that I don't think I quite understood. And through this process, I really have gotten more clarity on, and the fact that this is primarily designed for English language learners. And correct me if I'm wrong, I've used the parallel in the past where we have our early childhood intervention program, otherwise known as ECIP, that is primarily designed for our students with special needs. And as part of that program, be able to deliver it in such a robust manner, we have slots reserved for general education students.
Typical
Be able to deliver it in a better way. And so that's something that was really interesting to me to better frame this conversation. So I just wanted to put those comments out for other members. But like I said, the question I had was specific to, I'm hearing from some people in the community feeling frustrated because they feel like they didn't understand what was going on. They didn't feel like they were part of the process. And that I would like to ask the district, what's a good way to get that kind of input or get that kind of engagement in the process so that people don't feel disenfranchised.
So through you, Mr. Chair. So I mean, I think that that's something that Assistant Superintendent Mazza can take back, you know, to the team. I think this team has some ideas about how to survey around language. We can also certainly get Ms. Lisa Macknick at the high school involved in it as the language department head up there, you know, to be able to look at what are some of the ways we might be able to expand language capacity at younger grades. There's certainly some districts we've started to look at that are doing that. You know, obviously there's a lot of tension with time in the DESE schedule, what we're required to teach. And so that presents challenge, as does finding staff who are bilingual. You know, I know, you know, many parents, and reasonably so, will just be like, well, just hire staff. We seek bilingual staff every day, and it's very, very hard to find, you know, which is why we've, you know, been trying to build pipelines within SPS, you know, with our pairs, who many of whom are multilingual. We just had 25 of them complete a UMass course for interpretation and translation. That doesn't mean that they're fully bilingual. So you know, or that they can teach in a program that's bilingual. So it's something that we have to work toward. I do think collecting the data on the survey of parent interest is an important step. And I think that that's something Mr. Mazza, as the academic lead in the district, the assistant superintendent, is committed to doing. And so that's something that we can start this spring.
Mr. Mazza.
Through you, Chair Green. Ms. Patone, just, you know, and piggybacking on what Superintendent Skipper just said, we actually have a meeting tomorrow. The four of us, the team, really talk about some next steps and what we can do to, you know, solicit input from parents, get the data that we need in order to, you know, move forward with this. Absolutely.
And I just want to clarify that I'm being specific about parents that are currently in the program or interested in the program. I totally agree with Superintendent Skipper that we want to look at language in general, but there seems to be a disconnect or a lack of understanding, at least by some parents, about why these changes are being proposed, and there's a level of frustration. So figuring out how to either get their input or engage in this process would be important to me. Thank you.
Sure. And just to, if I could just reiterate one more time, the proposed change doesn't affect anyone who is currently in the program. It would be the incoming kindergarten class for the fall.
Thank you. Ms. Barish.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone again for this presentation. I heard previous iteration, and every time I, you know, learn something new or understand something differently, and so I want to thank everyone for their work. A couple of things, and I don't need an answer on these tonight, but things that I would like to know about if you are surveying families about their desires for language, around language education. One of them is, and this might be something you can tell us tonight, but one of them is, how much would the program need to expand in order to accommodate all of the Spanish fluent English language learners who are coming in at the pre-K or K level? you know, to capture those students that you mentioned, Ms. Hughes, in the, I don't remember which number slide, but, you know, when you were breaking down all the students who want to be in the program but can't be in the program. Additionally, I'm wondering about the appetite among English learners for whom the primary language is not Spanish. Portuguese and Haitian Creole come to mind because those are the other two target languages in the district, but there are other languages as well. I'm wondering about the appetite among those families for similar programs, and whether that might be a way to expand opportunities. So, like I said, I don't need answers on those tonight, but those are things that I've been wondering about.
Okay. If there are no other questions for tonight, this will be on the agenda for second reading at our next meeting, at which point members be prepared to take a vote on the proposal. Superintendent Skipper.
So just want to thank the team that's working on this. And I think Assistant Superintendent Mazza, you have those questions that you can take back to the team and tomorrow discuss. So I think it would be helpful to get school committee whatever additional information they need. That would be great. So Absolutely. Thank you very much. And we'll do this again in 2 weeks. All right. And so now our reopening presentation. So let's get excited. We are very excited to have our kids back. I want to thank so many of the parents that have been advocates, strong advocates, kids back. You know, this is what we've been working toward all year. In partnership with the city, our buildings are getting there. We feel pretty confident in this timeline that we're about to lay out. And so I'd like to start walking through. Mr. Mazza, are you driving?
I'm getting it right now.
Excellent.
Can you see the screen?
No. We could.
Oh, why not?
We saw Sam before.
As you know, several of our students have told us, GoToMeeting is a tricky and sometimes unpleasant workmaster, and we are trying to figure out how to perhaps not be using that in the future. There we go.
How's that?
There you go.
Is that better?
Yeah, can you put it in the presentation view?
Yep. Good.
We've already gone through the language interpretation. So I think, Sarah, we're good, correct on this? Yes, okay, great. All right, we are going to have different people coming in and out of the presentation as you know we normally do. So I would like to introduce Christine Trevisoni, our special education director, who's been really on the forefront running a volunteer program that has given us incredible data to be able to build forth on the other programming. So Christine.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to talk about the voluntary program. We had talked about it last time we met on the town hall. It started February 1st. We offered the opportunity to 18 classrooms for our highest need students, predominantly our students with autism and some of our more medically fragile students. We're happy to say that of the 18 classrooms, 12 participated in the program. And there were classrooms at the Capuano, Winter Hill, and at the Kennedy. Students have been meeting for about 2-hour blocks. Again, this is voluntary, all set up by the teachers, all developed by the teachers. Students are participating in COVID-19 testing weekly and are all wearing masks, which have been mandated for staff and students. And it's been a very successful program. So we're really excited and we've learned a lot as we move forward and prepare for our next stage.
That's great. And also to just talk a little bit about community schools, as Director Parabollo has done a great job being extremely flexible to the needs of families in the district and trying to figure out how to meet those needs. So she's just going to talk a little bit about sort of what has happened with the program. and then a bit about as we transition to in-person learning, what we hope for.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm just going to go over briefly over the safety that we've implemented. So it has been deemed safe to be inside given the limited amount of hours that we are in there, and most time is spent outdoors, but we have the availability to be indoors with the inclement weather. We use large spaces, so places like cafeterias and larger classrooms. Students and staff are required to follow all the health and safety protocols that we've been doing so since July safely. And after school staff have been working directly with students without any known exposure since July. And everyone has participated in the pilot and been very supportive of it. As we transition into in-person learning, we'll continue to provide programming for all the elementary schools and the Capuano school as well. We'll work with DPW to set up outdoor tents, so in March, hopefully, so programming can continue outdoors as we were able to do prior to the winter months. And once in-person learning begins for our largest population who attend community schools, pre-K and K, the cohort schedule will be reversed to coincide with in-person learning to provide continuity of in-person care that we've heard has been important to families to have more consistency. So the switch will happen around March 25th. So cohort A will switch to Monday, Tuesday. Cohort B will switch to Thursday, Friday. And after school staff may also be available to help with remote learning if that is to happen in the afternoon as well.
Correct. And one of the things that we've talked about is, and there are different components of the community schools piece, but it is also that if a student is going to remain remote, how to be able to allow that student to still access community schools and fold in. So these are a few of the things that we're continuing to work on. As you can imagine, it's complex, but we've heard parents loud and clear that this is something important to them and that they want to see continue. So the change to the cohort days, as well as the ability to continue in remote learning, I think are two things we've heard them say loud and clear. I see Dr. Curley has just appeared on the screen. I don't know if you have something you want to add to the community schools.
I just want to add two small points. So one is, we know some students have older siblings. We're going to move the siblings to the same cohort time after that March 25th date. So if you have an older sibling, those schedules will be aligned. And Rosanna and her staff have been great to say, if there is additional space at each site, we'll work with families to try to re-enroll families that may want to get into the program as well. We know some families dropped away as we were fully remote. So we're trying to be as flexible as possible. Their staff has been incredible. And we're trying to just make it work as much as we can for families during this interim period.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
So just in terms of the in-person transition piece, so we're really excited about this. This is what we've been working toward. And so there's going to be a great deal of information that's going to come out in the following weeks. So for parents, we'll ask them to bear with us as we're getting that information out. We're hoping to get it in ways that are most digestible. You'll see that we're using different visuals with our communications department. And we want to have the most avenues possible. So if questions arise, we'll be doing sort of these like mini town halls at the school base to be able to answer questions for parents at the schools. But to just kind of ground everyone in the health and the safety protocols, there will be a daily health screening. We'll get into it in the actual presentation, but there's a checklist that we're asking parents to do with their student each day. You don't have to submit it each day. You're going to fill out once to just say you will do it. This is extremely important. This is a trust contract that we have to have in order to make sure that if students have any symptoms, they're not coming into school. So even though we're COVID testing and we're doing that for every student, if a student wakes up and they have symptoms that may not be their test day, please don't send them. It's really important to the integrity of making sure that we keep COVID out, that we can keep our schools open. Face coverings, we do a lot of practice with the kids. Most of the kids are really familiar with wearing face coverings and they do a great job. Just a reminder that face coverings need to cover the mouth and the nose at all times. There's no gaiters. They need to be tri-cloth. So, and there's some videos to that and some further information. The physical distancing, which for us is the 6 feet. This is extremely important to continue to maintain. Our classrooms will be set up that way. Our activities will be done that way. Sports will be done where appropriate that way, other than in the actual contact. Hand washing, still vital, that you're washing your hands, you're doing it properly. Again, there'll be plenty of videos for families to rehearse with students to make sure that they're doing it properly. And it'll be done throughout the school day in various ways and times. The COVID testing, which Dr. Curley will talk about a little bit later on, that will happen for our staff twice a week, for our students once a week. And it'll be important that students are regularly participating in this. If they miss, they will have to reschedule quickly in order to make sure that they can maintain their schedule. The air quality, which obviously has been a huge component of the building upgrades. And as you heard Director Raish talk about earlier, they're in the later stages of that, ensuring that the ventilation and the filtration are working to the measures that they believe are necessary to have safety in the classrooms and the buildings. And then finally, the public health metrics, which we worked on in the MOA with SEU and with our Somerville Education Union. And so this here is around a dashboard. There's already a dashboard for Somerville public schools. This is addition to that. It has several community thresholds, and we'll be updating that dashboard. Fortunately, right now, the virus seems to be coming down. We're hoping with the spring, with getting vaccinations, that continues to be the trend. Next, please. So how are we getting ready for it? So an incredible amount of operational work. We're literally moving 3 buildings to the high school: the Winter Hill, the Healy, a class at the Kennedy, or several classes at the Kennedy, and the Brown. So as you can imagine, this is a lot of moving parts that we have to get from those sites in. Teachers have been wonderful. They're signing up for their days to go in, do their packing, and then have time allocated to be able to unpack and set up their classrooms. The teacher schedules are in full gear. We'll be contacting the parents as we've already started for phase 2A, which is our high needs special ed. 2B will be starting on Wednesday, and then immediately after that, 3A, which is our pre-K and K. We believe that personal phone calls are the best way to do this. It's a joint effort between our multilingual center, our SFLC, and our school-based staff. This is really an attempt to be able to answer questions for parents that they may have that you can't get in a survey. We will continue to work hard with our unions and staff around accommodations, leaves, remote assignments. There is a little bit in the presentation about this, which we'll get into, but what I will say is people being extremely responsive, giving us the information we need, so that we're able, from a schedule perspective, to be able to share with parents, what that schedule and whether it would be with the teacher that they're currently with or not, if that were to influence their decision about staying remote or coming back in person. Baseline testing, there's several slides which we will review that will show you the weeks in advance that students need to do their baseline testing. And we're very hopeful and confident that the phases will be able to continue. So after 3A and our pre-K and K come back, it'll then follow with grades 1 and 2, all the way culminating to grades 5 to 8 after April vacation that following week. We actually, I'm going to introduce Dr. Cobb from the Healy. We really wanted to give parents a sense of what the environment might look like, and who better to do that than a principal. So Mary Ellen.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So as Superintendent indicated, there's been a giant wheel of operational planning that's been underway. And while that we know is critical, we also know that at the end of the day, little people are coming back to school for the most part at this time. And we're working towards bringing our high schools and our older grades back as soon as possible as well. So in order to do that, I have the good pleasure of talking a little bit about some of the work that we have planned to help make a safe and welcoming return to school. So I'm thinking of it in terms of 3 buckets here. One is relationships, resources, and routines. So first and foremost, when your child returns to either their original school or to Somerville High School or the Agenciano with the moves, please be assured that there will be familiar faces from your home school there to welcome your child. from the moment they exit the car or come up the driveway. We have been collaborating in operations teams across districts to ensure that the deans of students, the redirect counselors, the principals, the assistant principals, the teachers, the relationship piece is critical, and that is driving the development of our environment. We have also spent a lot of time around resources and providing classroom furnitures. You can see some pictures. These are pictures in live time. The top is at the Agenciano and the bottom, I believe, are Capuano, possibly community schools, but in arranging furniture in compliance with physical distancing, providing hand washing stations, portable sinks, sanitizing materials throughout all the classrooms. Is another piece of resource. You heard the superintendent refer to this, and you'll hear Dr. Curley talk more about it, is we'll have access to a variety of PPE for our kiddos and our staff. And then in terms of routines, this is school. School is a place of happiness and of learning. And part of that for any learner is routines. Our children are resilient, and they are really excited to be back with their educators. And so a lot of thoughtful planning has gone into the routines of recess time, where, when, how, but yes. More unstructured social times, where, when, how, but yes. Mask breaks. A lot of time and effort today. We met with Somerville PD and some of our local colleagues on traffic patterns, where you'll drive in, where you'll drop off. You can guarantee that there'll be signage, there'll be people that you know, there'll be access to multi-language supports, regardless of your child's assignment. There's a link here to a short welcome back video. We're not going to take the time this evening to look at it, but I think you would find it helpful.
Great, thank you, Dr. Cobbs. And what you'll find embedded in the PowerPoint presentation and will be posted on the website are a series of videos that would be very helpful if you could watch with your students. So in terms of this, and again, this will be posted, it lays out the timeline of the phases, and this is similar to what we shared on Friday in our update. It starts with kind of the ongoing pilot that we're in. It goes into a mechanism by which each Monday, the educators for that phase report. They have Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday remote in their classroom, and then they will start back with students on that Thursday. In 2A and 2B, those are half days in 2A for the first 2 weeks, and then provided that we start 2B afterwards, and we believe we will be, we will move to full days, and then 2B on will be full days. 3A, which is the last week of March, that starts our little guys, our PK and Ks. And then we go into 3B, which is our first and second graders, going into that first week of April, followed by our third and fourth. And then we have a week before the vacation that we will look at protocols. We'll make sure everything is tightened up, and then we'll welcome back our middle school students after that, right after April break. Even though high schools are not explicitly on this as a group, they're located in the various phases. Our high school students, now that we sort of have an understanding on the buildings of the Healy, we'll be working very hard on our high schoolers to find ways for them to be able to access the high school. Tonight's vote on athletics is one example. There will be others, and Mr. Lagambino will be on a little further in the presentation to talk about that. Next. Another question that parents will ask is, where's my student attending school? So we thought in terms of a chart, it would be easiest to present it this way. If you're at the Argenziano, you'll be at the Argenziano. If you're at the Brown, you will be at the Mods at the high school. If you are at Capuano, you will be at Capuano. If you're at East Somerville, you'll be at East Somerville. If you are at the Healy, you will be at Somerville High, with the exception of the middle grades, 5 to 8, which will be back at the Healy. And in order to keep the English language learner unit together, the classes, the English language learner SEI level 1s, K to 4, will be over at Argenziano. And that keeps all of the SEI 1s in those grade levels at Argenziano. Transportation for our L students will be provided in our SEI 1 programming. So if you're in one of those Healy programs, you will have transportation over to the Argenziano. Of note, the Head Start pre-K will remain remote. That's a decision by Head Start that's currently at the Healy. And so that will remain remote. The Kennedy will be at the Kennedy. The exception to that is within the high needs group, Skip and Life Skills K-8 will learn in person at the high school. So those classes are in the process of being moved to the high school as high needs. Next Wave Full Circle will move into its space at Somerville High School as our therapeutic, special education, and alternative high school and middle school. It will go into its space and it'll be grouped in 2B. Somerville High School itself will be the house for many of the programs. But additionally, we hope to get as many high school students back in a variety of ways there, which Mr. Lagambino will talk about. But for the purposes of this slide, again, we're talking about the SEI level 1s, all of Winter Hill, all of, as it indicates, the Healy, as we indicated before, those grades, the Brown being in the mods, and then some of the Kennedy programming. For the high school level students at the high school, the special education high school students will come back into their high needs programs, which is listed on here, as you will see, as well as the SEIs, which will be grades 5 to 8 Winter Hill. And we are also going to run learning labs for our L students, grades 9 to 12 at the high school. So all of those students will be notified as part of the process and reached out to. And if transportation is on your IEP, it will be provided. And for our L students, if you're in those SEO1 programs, your transportation will be provided as well. Winter Hill will be entirely at Somerville High School. West Somerville will be at West Somerville. And you can refer back to the chart. I mean, I'm going through it quickly, but for parents' purposes, we did it this way so that you can easily look and identify. So now, as a high school student, in a variety of programming, what will that experience be like? So no introduction necessary, but Principal Lagambino.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. So just a couple of terms to define. A learning lab would be a space that students can access online classes that are taught remotely. And then we're using the term learning center, where there's direct in-person instruction by a special educator. So coming back to the high school, we have our self-contained SHIP and life skills and transition classes, special ed classes. We also hope to bring back, well, we will bring back resource room and ASD, that's autistic spectrum disorder learning centers. We will bring back multilingual learning labs and redirect learning labs. We are very hopeful at this point that through the house learning labs and the other labs that we will be able to, we'll prioritize seniors. We're hoping that we can offer every senior an opportunity to return to the building at least 2 times a day. And with the CTE seniors coming in, hopefully, we should be able to offer every senior the ability to come into the building at least twice a week. Now, I just want to mention CTE. Now that we have the certificate of occupancy, isn't like we can just go into the shops. Once we were given the occupancy, we have to have Jesse come in, approve the shops. Sean Callahan, our director, has been on top of that. He's already scheduled them to come in next week. Sean's also meeting with his teachers, the shop teachers, to go through the shops, so that way they be familiar with the new equipment, the location of all the equipment, all the safety features that need to be reviewed. So that's going to be happening. It's happening already this week, but that will be happening over the next 2 weeks. So we're hopeful that we can bring the CTE seniors back into their shops. They will be a priority. And as additional spaces become available, we'll fill it up. So we'll use every piece of real estate in the high school possible. We know that we're accommodating other schools, right? The Winter Hill is taking up a huge portion of the building, and the other, the Healy and the Kennedy, but we'll take advantage of every single space that we have at the high school. So those are the programs that are coming back. Again, we will prioritize seniors. We heard from seniors tonight about athletics. We're very happy that athletics can be happening. We think it's very important. You've seen these already, March 1st, April 12th, and May 17th, the dates for these programs. So thank you very much. This means a lot to our students and to our school to have the athletics back. And we also have a committee working on graduation and senior events, and I'm happy to have Ms. Norman working with us. They've already been working, you know, if you recall last year's graduation, we had the drive-up graduation at Dilboy. You know, it was very well received. People were very happy with it. They didn't cross the stage on the field, but they were able to cross the stage. And then one of the more important features is, you know, parents were able to get out of the car and take a photo, the grandparents, the parents, the family with the students right after they got their diploma. That's something that we don't normally offer at our graduation, and that's a feature that we're going to look to try to incorporate into future graduations, but that's something that they really like, so we'll do that. You know, we're going to give students options, whether they want to have Dilboy, if they want to consider having it at the high school, we'll look into that. So we're getting student input on what they want for graduation and other events, you know, things like the citywide banners that we displayed last year. We're hopeful that each student could have their own banner this year. So that's, we've got the Scholarship Foundation, the PTSA have all been great partners with us to help us fund some of these things. You know, we'll be providing seniors with swag bags, caps and gowns, and we'll do the senior spotlights like we did last year that, you know, is sort of like a virtual class day. So these things are all in the work. We've been working on them, and we're trying to support our seniors as best as we can. It's just, you know, they were just unfortunate. We have a new building project and a pandemic at the same time, and, you know, they've really suffered the consequences of it, but we're going to do everything we can to make sure, you know, these last few months, we're giving them as much as we possibly can.
Thank you, Principal Lagambina. So another question that parents asked us, particularly back in the December timeframe, was, will my child have the same educator? So Mariana McDonald, who's our director of HR, will give you sort of an answer to that as to why that might or might not be. And then obviously, as we get more information, as we're collecting it from educators, and we make those phone calls to you, we'll be able to give you more information.
Thank you, Mary. My responsibility tonight is to let you know that our goal during this transition to in-person learning is to keep your child together with their current teacher. However, there will be situations where their teacher may request a leave of absence for a variety of reasons. In the event that the teacher requests a remote assignment, we will do everything possible to keep them in their class teaching remotely for the hybrid part, the remote hybrid part of your child's class. But no matter what, we will make every effort to keep your child together with your current teacher, and we will do everything possible to make your child's experience a positive one. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, when we're making the phone calls home, we'll have more information at that point. So 2A, 2B, which are starting next week, excitingly. So Dr. Davila, would you like to talk a little bit about what that model looks like?
Sure. So I'm speaking for me and for Christine Trebisoni because phase 2A and 2B involve special education students and multilingual learners. So I think the main consideration for phases 2A and 2B are that students will be in Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, 4 days a week of learning. Wednesdays will remain remote, and so learning will be both synchronous and asynchronous on Wednesdays. The phase 2A students are special education high need students in specific programming, and they'll start in-person learning on March 4th. And they will start half days until March 14th or until phase 2B students return. Phase 2B students include other special education program students and SEI 1. These are level 1s and 2s in SEI programming. For phase 2A, it will be a half day until the 2B students come in, and then we will start full day programming. Transportation, it's on everybody's mind. So those students who have been receiving transportation because they are special education students and they have transportation services on their IEP will continue to be accommodated with transportation, as will multilingual learner students who receive bus transportation to SEI1 programs because the programs are outside of their neighborhood.
Great. And I just want to also add in on the transportation, we are also looking into being able to get a flight that could potentially run from Brown to Winterfell to Healy for those 3 schools for students that live out of that walk area, given that they're now going to be located at the high school. So we are looking into that, and we hope we can get some confirmation from the transportation company that now that the guidelines have changed on the buses, that they might be able to accommodate. And again, that was hearing parent feedback that was important to try to do. So that we're doing our best effort to do that. Anything else on our phase 2A or 2B? Excellent. Thank you to both of you.
So these are my slides. So what is the pre-K to 8 hybrid? What does it learning look like for my child? So with pre-K to 8, the student population will be divided into 2 cohorts, which you know, cohort A and cohort B. There'll be about 10 to 12 students in each cohort. And then the rotation will be 2-day in-person and 3-day remote schedule. All students will learn remotely, both synchronous and asynchronous on Wednesdays. One of the things that we're looking at is making sure we can accommodate a balanced, equitable classrooms. Some cohorts, in these cases, the assignments might change. If your child's cohort assignment changes, you'll be contacted by the school principal at least a week prior to your child's anticipated return. We hope not to have to do that, but we want to let you know that that is a possibility. And then students whose families choose to remain remote upon in-person return will continue to be taught by SPS teachers in remote assignments, grade and content appropriate. And we're actively negotiating with the SEU, Somerville Educators Union, on the teaching and learning and schedule components of the hybrid. We have 2 sessions scheduled for this week. And one of the things that I really want to highlight is we're trying to, with the hybrid, maximize in-person time for in-person activities to address the social emotional learning and community building for our students. The in-person students will have both whole class and small group instruction with appropriate distancing, of course. In-person pre-K and K students, for example, will have both structured and unstructured play opportunities. And again, students in both cohorts will be given in-person ELA, English Language Arts, and math assessments to identify academic strengths and areas of growth. I'll go into a little bit more detail in another slide on the assessment framework that we have. And we also want to maximize synchronous, the live instruction for students during remote learning days as well. We know the importance of that live synchronous instruction, that connection with the adults in the classroom. We know how important that is, so we are going to make every effort to maximize that time for students when they are remote. We also want to prioritize continuity during the remote days, so students feel connected to their class even when they are at home. Examples of this will be all students participating in morning meeting, both in person and the remote cohort participating, and also closing circle. And one of the important things that we want you to know is all specialists, they'll remain remote and all students will participate in class together.
Thank you, Assistant Mazza. So now moving on to special education, go back one, there we go. Director Trevisoni.
Yeah, thank you again for having me back. So we spent a lot of time talking about our high needs programs, our self-contained classrooms. And again, as my colleague Sarah discussed, those programs will be in 4 days a week on Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And we'll continue with synchronous and asynchronous instruction on Wednesdays. But to talk a little bit about with students who are not in self-contained programs, who are on special or on IEPs, who are receiving services. So students within general education settings will return with their grade levels peers and follow the hybrid learning. So if I'm a child in kindergarten and I receive services, I would return when my kindergarten class returns. A big question is always regarding related services, which are OT, PT, speech, adjustment counseling, a wide range of that. Again, we really need to look at, we're always trying to be mindful of our cohorts and not doing too much of mingling students and making sure that we're really working to keep kids safe. So it's going to be important that in-person services are going to begin with a limited basis when the programs and the grade levels return. What we're doing is looking at our data. As you know, we look at our data at all times for progress reports. Who are our students who are doing well on with remote and teletherapy, and who are our students that we really need to see in person? So we will be seeing students in person, but there will still be students who will be served remotely, typically during those hybrid days, really based upon that data. Students, again, when they return with their program or their classroom, inclusion is going to have to look different with regards to the DESE guidance. We cannot be moving students in and out of our classrooms at this time. So some of those inclusion opportunities will remain remote. So students will have access to their Chromebooks or their devices so they can access it. Again, as I already talked about, for data collection will be ongoing. And that we have already begun to reach out to families for this first phase and speaking to families about it. And as we move forward, staff will be reaching out to families to update the COVID-19 learning plans for any remote day services.
Great. All right, and great. And Dr. Davila?
Yep. So this slide answers the question of what multilingual learning will look like for your child, depending in which program your multilingual learner is enrolled. So as we said before, the SEI1 group, that self-contained program, grades K through 8, will return to school 4 days per week. In phase 2B, and Wednesdays will remain remote learning. In these classes, there will be ESL practice in listening, speaking, reading, and writing, with specialized language supports for these students to be able to access content across the curriculum. So we have many multilingual learners in different programs across the district. So, you know, what if I have a child who's a multilingual learner and who's already transitioned from the SEI1 program? So this may look different. If my child is enrolled in an SEI integrated class or receives ESL services, your child would return to school in the hybrid model, 2 days a week, with grade level peers. Continue to receive ESL supports, but those would be focused primarily on the remote days so that language development and access to content learning is supported in class when students are in person, and then reinforced with an ESL specialist during remote time. If your child is a multilingual learner, either a Spanish learner or an English learner in the Unidos program, your child returns to school in the hybrid model with grade level peers into dual language learning with all the supports that we heard about earlier this evening. If my student is a multilingual learner enrolled at high school, at Somerville High School, there's a number of options that we're looking at. So the first is priority students will be invited. We've already identified which students these are, which students need the most support in language development and in accessing the curriculum. And they'll be invited to participate in a multilingual learner lab 4 days a week. This will be staffed by tutors, some near-peer tutors. We're working with our community partners to help these students access the remote classes that they're enrolled in. This will be a morning program, 4 days a week. Students can arrive at 8:10. At noontime, they can get a grab-and-go lunch, and then they'll continue their schoolwork at home. We are hoping to bring in, and we've talked a lot about the space availability at the high school. One group that we want to prioritize for coming in would be our multilingual learners at levels 1 and 2, and so that they would have additional interaction with their peers and with their teachers. And just a note, Chad will display a slide very shortly about assessment across the district, just to point out that for multilingual learners, we have additional common assessment, progress monitoring, and access testing that is in listening, speaking, reading, and writing.
Thank you so much on one slide. Excellent job. So, Dr. Cobbs, we thought it might be really helpful to talk about what in-person day in the life of students looks like. Dr. Cobbs?
Okay, some of this might be redundant, but in terms of in-person activities, so again, as I indicated earlier, the kids will be greeted by a familiar person from their home school. When they arrive at their destination school, there'll be clearly marked indicators as to what their entrance and any other relevant egress are. They'll be labeled, and we'll be there with them. We'll continue to escort children to the classrooms as they are in a new space. And then keeping in mind that a lot of our friends who are returning to their home schools are kindergartners and haven't been to school yet. So systems in place and escorting children, and really emphasizing the importance of telling them why it's important to learn and be safe and to self-manage, and also helping them through those very difficult conversations of, no, your caregiver cannot come into the building and escort you to classrooms. So working very closely with our student support team, and how do we support parents and family members and children in that. And a lot of thoughtful conversation has gone on into that. And we really have learned a lot, building on the success of community schools, building on the sense of the voluntary teaching opportunities and learning opportunities that Ms. Trevisoni mentioned, and with our partners even through ECC. So there's been a lot to be learned about that. We're going to be eating in the classrooms at Somerville High School. I believe that's the case in all the schools. And lunch and breakfast will be delivered to the classrooms. And we're just going to continue to offer the social, emotional, and academic learning that our kiddos need and want. And I want to say to parents, because this is important, we know that each one of your children has had a different experience with remote learning, and they simply need to come, and we will be ready to support them. Whether they have had a one-on-one tutor 6 hours a day, or if they have had less supervised, less structured, we are ready. We are ready for them. They do not need to get ready for us. So please give yourself that grace to say, our child is in good hands, and they'll be fine. And I can't emphasize that enough. We will play. School is about loving and being social. We will play safely. And we will continue to teach our kids how to self-manage. We will continue to teach our kids how to work with other people. They have it in them, and this is a new environment for them, but that they're able to do it. So that's the day in the life for sure. We have had extensive professional development on how to set up center-like learning opportunities where kids can work together in a socially distanced way, as well as in dyads. So our teachers are phenomenal, and as I tell them, they're already good teachers in person. So this is just the next step. So if anything you walk away with, just know that we are ready for your child regardless. And we know that this is hard, and we're ready for you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cobbs. Excellent. So what about breakfast and lunch? Director Mancini, perfect timing to talk about the food.
The funnest part of the day, right? Okay, so breakfast and lunch. We're just specifically talking about phase 2A and B right now. So our kids who are still remote learning, there'll be no change to the grab and go that we have now. All the schools we have open, all the times, all the days, that will all continue for all our remote learners. The students who we're welcoming back in the building, as Mary Ellen did say, we are going to serve breakfast and lunch to the students in the classrooms. The meals will come to the classrooms in insulated bags, and we'll make sure everything follows health and safety guidelines. We'll also make accommodations for allergies. We'll make sure that if needed, there'll be a nut-free space for any students. And all allergy considerations will be arranged through myself and building administrators. So have some peace of mind there as well for the parents. And as the phases continue and more students return to the building, we're going to do our best to develop a plan that we ensure that students who are remote learning on certain cohort days, as well as in the building, all have access to healthy meals. And we will do that both through the classroom and our grab and go meal sites. Oh no.
You always make food fun. Correct. Thank you very much. Mr. Mazza, you're on.
Yeah, I went too far. And then I have to follow the fun with the assessment framework. So you may be asking at home, how will we know where your children are academically? So what I have for you is our assessment framework. When your children come back to us, we will be ready. The assessments that you see, our teachers are very skilled in giving, and the data that they get from that allows them to see children's strengths and areas of opportunity, areas of growth. So for example, if you look at preschool, letter naming, sound sorting, your fine motors, your name writing for ELA, and for math, numeral identification, object counting, sorting, and classifying. I'll skip, let's say, to grade 2. We have a quick phonics screener, or reading fluency assessment, DIBELS, and a quick Fontes and Pinnell probe, which will give us information on your child's instructional level in reading. And then for math, having a number sense interview, which is already being used in the district for interventions. And I will skip down to middle school because a lot of times, we don't necessarily talk about middle school as much, but middle school teachers right now in the remote setting are giving their students the common assessments in both English language arts and math to see where they are, to see how they're progressing. All of these assessments, like I said, teachers have been giving. The only new one is the PAST assessment, which is for phonological awareness. And that is in line with the dyslexia regulations, the legislation through the state. So I will tell you that most of these assessments take 7 to 10 minutes. And we will know when your child returns to us within the first few days how strong they are in certain skills and what skills we need to really work on to boost them. I'm very confident in our teachers' abilities. And like Dr. Kopp said, we will be ready. You just send your children to us and we will make sure we know where they are. We will make sure that we give them a pre-assessment, a post-assessment, and those assessments will travel into the summer, where we will continue to assess to track progress and into next fall. So we have a framework for assessments for all students, and we are looking forward to giving them.
And again, I just want to emphasize this. If you notice what Assistant Superintendent Mazza is referring to, a lot of these are done in the natural flow of class. Mm-hmm. So it's not about students taking batteries of tests. This is about the normal flow of teachers working with students to assess skills. And so just to put that fear away at home. Okay, COVID-19 testing. Dr. Curley, you are up.
Thank you, Mary. Thanks for everyone who's hung in here with us. As you know, our policy is that all students and staff will baseline test, which is to take a COVID test before they come back to school, and then they'll participate in routine weekly testing that'll be school-based once they come back. The purpose of this is simply to allow us to identify and isolate anybody who may be asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic. Frequent testing is just a key way to keep everybody in our community safe. Next slide. The testing, as many of you know, but just to cover, is a lower nose with a cotton swab. It's non-invasive. It's performed, overseen by trained medical professionals. These tests can be self-administered by staff. They are being self-administered by staff right now. If parents want, they can be self-administered for students as low as grade 2. The EMTs, or for Chair Green, the emergency medical technicians, will be available to swab or assist younger students or any students or staff who need it. They'll be on site at all of the testing locations. And just to reassure parents and guardians, we've since December done school-based testing for nearly 700 students and staff. We've performed 3,500 tests to date. And our special education, our community school students have handled these tests wonderfully. They take only a minute or two to do, and get back to what they want to be doing. Bear with me on the next slide, just a couple logistical pieces. We're going to put this information up on our reopening page tonight or tomorrow morning, but just so parents kind of know what to expect. We're asking that baseline testing happen within a week of return to school. So for the first phase of students coming back March 4th, we would like you to come in for baseline testing on February 25th or 26th. You can see there's a variety of different locations, a variety of different times. Parents and guardians can bring their students to any of the school sites during any of these times. Testing takes no more than 5 minutes. And we'll get you through in quick. And results have been coming back within 24 hours. So we will notify you if there is any issue in terms of a positive test. Next slide. So this is for students coming on the 18th. Again, we would like students to test within a week of their return. But if parents or students want, they can begin testing as far as 2 weeks out, and we'll just build you into the process if you want your student to get a little bit more familiar with it. On the next slide, I will list again some of the testing times by school, and we will have these up on the webpage and in the emails that we're going to send out in the coming weeks. In general, the community schools sites are testing in the afternoon to match those student times. As schools come online for in-person learning, we'll have testing moving into the morning timeline and happening Tuesdays and Friday mornings. As staff call families, we'll also reach out so they know when testing will take place, when they can come through. But there is testing that will be available again at a variety of different sites at a variety of different times. And then this last slide, we talked a little bit about the daily attestation. Just we want everyone to be very clear that their students not experience any COVID symptoms before they come in. But if a student were to develop symptoms at school, this is the process that we've developed with our school nurses. So we would make a call immediately to the family. We have special rooms set aside at the schools where a nurse will oversee students that are showing any symptoms. We'll work with you or your family to arrange a test either through your primary care provider or your family practice. If not, we can help you get a test through one of the summer sites. And all of this will communicate back to you to make sure that we know what's going on with your student, and we screen out that it hopefully is not COVID. So I'll now turn it over, I think, to Christine Trevisoni to talk a little bit more about that system.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
So I know it's kind of crazy, but I'm a little excited to go over this slide with you because it really shows one, what we've been doing, but also what we're going to ask you to help us to do in order to support to bring students back, and that we know we're bringing some students back next week, which is really exciting. So some important things to think about. Please make sure that nurses have already been reaching out to families in each one of the phases, at least the first 2 phases. Please make sure that all of your medical and vaccination records are up to date. If you haven't heard from a nurse, I think a lot of it is by email. You should reach out. We had to delay some students from joining us for the voluntary program because their medical records were not up to date, or we didn't have their most recent medication. So please make sure that you communicate with the nurse so that we can make sure that that is not a delay in having your child return. We continue to talk about the attestation form. I'll show you a picture of that, but there's also a link to it here on the PowerPoint. I know that Mary discussed it. I can't emphasize enough. If your child is showing any symptoms, as much as a runny nose, you know, a runny nose can be a symptom of a problem. So if it's persistent runny nose, leave them homesick. You don't want to lead it up to having them have to stay home for a longer period of time. Please participate in the baseline testing at least a week prior to the start of school for your child. Again, I know that we'll be sending more information out about that before each stage. Update your emergency contact information. If we do have to call you that there's a possible student who's infected or something, we need to make sure that someone can come and pick up your child within 30 minutes. So if you're working far away and you're unable to come within 30 minutes, who's your emergency contact? Who's the person we can get in touch with? Sometimes trying to reach out to phone numbers that have changed or people have moved, it really impacts our ability to access families. Prepare your child for wearing a mask. We do have much information on this, many ways to teach that. And it's something that, you know, obviously we all know moving forward, we're going to be doing for a long time. This is a life skill that we really need to teach our children to be successful and to engage in their community. Communicate any questions, concerns that you may have with your child's teacher, the school principal, or your family liaison. They're really your contact person. Contact any one of us. We're here for you, but those are the people that are here to support you most directly. And above all else, remain positive and support your child in the transition back to school. I know everybody's anxious. We're all anxious, but really reassuring your child that we're all working together and that we're all working together to make sure that your child is going to be safe and that everyone's going to be safe. There's some great videos on the bottom of this slide that'll also be available to you. That'll be a great opportunity for you to sit down with your child and take a look at it so you can kind of see what they would experience when they return. You want to go to the next slide for me? So this is the famous attestation slide. I know it's really hard to see, but I think as Mary had spoken about earlier, it really asks you, if you look at the daily checklist, these items on the daily checklist are the items that we're asking you to look at each day for your child. They have a fever. Are there chills? Any new cough? You want to go through that with your child. But the attestation form has 3 questions or 3 things we're asking you to do. We'd ask you to fill this form out. This form needs to come in prior to your student starting or with your child so that we have that says, it's an agreement, we're going to do all our stuff, and we're asking you also to make sure that your child is safe and healthy and ready to be in school. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Trevisoni. And it's only appropriate that Ms. Morgan has the last word. Ms. Morgan? Zana?
Hi, everyone. Yes, I'm having some trouble with my video, so I apologize for that. But how will we keep families informed? So as we transition to in-person learning, we'll keep families informed in a number of ways. We recognize that this is a very new process for everyone, and our goal is to provide clear, consistent, and frequent communication throughout the process. As groups prepare to transition to in-person learning, personal outreach will be an important part of our outreach strategy. It'll help us to address specific questions that families may have and to help families feel comfortable and ready for their child's return. We work closely with our family and community liaisons on this outreach, and we'll also leverage other district multilingual staff to make those personal connections with families. We'll also be working with school principals to offer school-specific town halls to address questions that are specific to a particular school community as families prepare to transition to in-person learning. We'll continue to provide regular updates, most likely weekly or more frequent, to all families. Those communications will go out in our target languages. Our new transition to in-person learning website will serve as a landing spot for information and resources related to our return to our schools. We'll update it as new details are finalized, and weekly updates and other resources are posted onto that website as well. And we'll also utilize our social media platforms as an additional way for families to stay informed. We know that families access information in a number of different ways, and we want to be mindful of that. As always, we welcome your feedback on ways that we can continue to improve our communication and outreach.
Wonderful. And the last word, Dr. Cobbs.
Well, this never happens. So just quickly, before we all turn into pumpkins. So if you have questions, your most direct line of contact is your teacher, your child's teacher. Email your child's teacher if you have academic questions, if you have questions about programming, and then always contact the principals, the school secretaries. We have family liaisons in each building. If you are being reassigned to another building, still call. For example, if you need to get in touch with me, you call the Healy, you'll be sent to me. If you're at the Winter Hill, you call the Winter Hill, everything will be forwarded to the high school. So please continue the routines that you've used to contact your teachers, your principals, your secretaries. And as Susanna said, there is a lot of information and there's a lot to digest. So as you view this tomorrow morning with your coffee, or you read the bulleted points, or you get clips on social media and questions come out, just call us and we'll be ready to rock and roll. So we look forward to having conversations and welcoming you back. And thank you very much on behalf of my colleagues on the principal's leadership team.
Great. So thank you. So Mr. Chair, that concludes our presentation. Mute.
I want to thank you all on behalf of the school committee. I'm doing this in part so they don't have to. I think one of the best ways we can thank you all for your hard work is that you go to bed. So we'll try to do this as quickly as possible. So take my thanks on behalf of all our members, and members, keep your questions to the point, please. And I will start with, sorry, it's been so I believe actually I will start with Ms. Dr. Phillips.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I think I lost something along the way, and I apologize. It's probably my fault. When I look in the MOA and the reopening plan, I see SEI level 2 included in group 2 and phase 2B. And then when I look at this great PowerPoint and the different documents that came out Friday, I don't see SEI 2 prioritized. So just wondering what I missed along the way. And second, just to get it out there, if we're sure that grades 5 through 8 can stay at the Healy, can our multilingual learners level 1 and 2 go back to in-person ESL right away?
Say that again. Say that second part again.
Sorry. If the 5 through 8 kids from the Healy get to go back to school at the Healy, I see this bullet on what will multilingual services look like. And it says multilingual learners at levels 1 and 2 will return to in-person ESL when feasible. I'm assuming it is now feasible, but please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so Dr. Davila can explain the intricacy of the 1 and 2.
Yes. So this is a clarification that we've tried to make throughout the iterations of the plan. The plan hasn't changed. The expression of the plan I think we're attempting to get clearer and clearer. So when we talk about levels, we're talking about individual students. So individual students could be at a proficiency level of 1 through 4 or 5. So we're talking about individual students. When we're talking about the SEI program, SEI 1 program is essentially a newcomer or a beginner program, and students at levels 1 and 2 attend the SEI 1 program. So in the production of PowerPoints, those things have gotten, and documents, those things have gotten messed up. So the program is SEI 1. It's the beginning level of the beginner program that includes WIDA levels 1 and 2. What you picked up at the high school, we found that our multilingual learners at the high school level who are in the SEI 1 program, who are levels 1 and 2, are actually accessing remote learning fairly well. And the priority students are a range of learners. Some are level 1, 2, some are 3, some are 4, and for a variety of reasons. Sometimes it's responsibilities that they have at home. Sometimes it's around attendance or access, or it can be a lot of different reasons. So our multilingual learner priority group at the high school is a little bit different. It's based on our data review of who needs it the most. And our priority is a group of students that we have identified that we are going to invite in for the learning labs, right? Not individual classes, but they'll come in to get support for their classes. And the level 1s and 2s, there's been talk about how to utilize the high school, for groups of students moving forward. We want those students to be in that group, but they're at the high school level, they're our second priority, not our first priority. Did that confuse more, or?
Thanks so much for that. No, it was perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Kupchan.
Thanks through the chair. It looks like we're going to be able to get CTE seniors in from what I'm reading, but I'm also just thinking about the fact that these CTE students haven't had any hands-on and may be lacking hours for whatever various qualifications they may need. So I was just wondering if there are any plans for summer availability of the CTE shops.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, so actually both, right? So we're working really closely with our educators to identify for each of the shops any remaining concerns. So I don't have a definitive date yet. We hope to update over the next week or 2 weeks. I do think that in terms of the summer, the staff is talking about and planning for the case where there might be additional hours needing to be made up to do that. Mr. Lagambini, you might have some additional update.
Yeah, like one shop is cosmetology. Right now we're looking at maybe they'll need to do some work over the summer, which may happen sometimes anyway. So that could happen. And if students need to get hours over the summer, we'll provide them.
Thank you.
Ms. Barish.
Thank you. I had a question from a constituent and I wanted to pass along. I think you can probably answer it, maybe not. If a child has symptoms, not severe symptoms, and thus is staying home, or if a child is scared to go to school for whatever reason, what would happen? Would they participate remotely with the remote cohort, or would it just be a sick day and they wouldn't participate? Can you speak to that?
So if they were already in a cohort and they were either sick or they were having anxiety or whatever it was, we would work with them just like it was any other absence to continue their learning. And so that may, that's going to be a case by case kind of situation of working with the teacher, with that student. For students who are electing to stay remote as their learning preference, those students would be remote anyways, and they would be assigned a teacher that would be with them the whole time. So if they were not to participate for some reason and they couldn't remotely, then again, that would be like an absence and we'd work with the teacher on that.
Can I ask a quick follow-up?
Yes.
Okay, related to the remote versus hybrid. Initially, when we were talking about going into the hybrid model and families being able to remain remote, I think it was discussed that families could switch modalities at the end of term, maybe. And I wondered if now that we're approaching the third, or I guess we're in the third term, we're approaching the fourth term, are families limited? Like what you choose is what you're gonna be in?
Yeah, so we want to try to be as flexible. I mean, I think in our outreach to families already, there's a few families that are saying, I want to come back, but I want to give it a few weeks and sort of see what happens. We'll hopefully be able to construct the classes so there is some space for that to be able to happen, or an educator that they could go with. Again, that might not be their own teacher, were they to make the decision later on. But we do understand that it's a big decision for families, and so we'll try to be as flexible as we can with that, given the amount of time that's left in the school year.
Thanks.
Mr. Mazza.
Through you, Chair Green, the other piece to that was around the LMS students with each semester coming back, which still applies. I know I've had several inquiries from families about, now that we're getting closer to in-person learning, can we transfer back into in-person? So again, I think the flexibility is important.
Okay. I remind members that we will be reopening for a bit yet, so I'm sure people who have, if there are still questions, we can ask them at our next meeting. Because by the time we meet again, our highest need students will be back, and we'll be using that new high school. But I do want to, before I move on, I do want to point out that when we started this presentation, we had about 110 attendees. We're down to 63, and I want to thank those hardy attendees, especially whoever those are actually still awake. But I still like to say, can we, sometime this week, probably not tomorrow, since again, it's already 11. Can we actually make sure we send this information out to, even if it's just to say a link to it on the website anytime here, but we do a mass mail to families with all this great information?
Yeah, we'll work with Director Hernandez Morgan and Ms. Santiago.
So I'm looking to see if there's anything else on our agenda that is, super time sensitive from the district report, Madam Superintendent.
That concludes my district report.
Okay. I know that we have the calendar and a revised non-discrimination statement on the gender report. Is there a reason those could not wait till our next meeting?
No.
All right. Also hearing no objection, I'm going to continue to roll over our report of subcommittees and the Villains of Color Memorialization Project. I will do a quick vote on this grant because I don't want to mess up finance by having grants hang out. So I will entertain a motion on item 7B, supplements of 21 grants.
I move to approve. Sorry, where is it? I move to approve all federal entitlement and continuation grants and all state continuation grants awarded to the Somerville Public Schools listed below. The Early College Support Grant in the amount of $29,000.
Do I have a second?
This is Emily, second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Superintendent, will you call the roll?
Dr. Phillips?
Yes.
Ms. Grepshin?
Yes.
President McLaughlin? Mayor Curtatone, Mr. Green,
Yes.
Barish,
Yes.
Stone,
Yes.
Dr. Ackman,
Yes.
Foreman.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Excellent. I do have a quick question from, I'm hoping a quick question from Ms. Barish about the equal opportunity statement item. Ms. Barish?
It is a quick question, and I don't mean to contradict anyone here. I was under the impression that that was time sensitive, that something had to be uploaded to a DESI website by March 2nd. I just want to make sure that it isn't problematic that we don't discuss it tonight.
So my read and my ruling as chair and what included is that the actual changes being made, while important for compliance sake, aren't material and don't actually require school committee vote. They are administrative changes.
Awesome.
So, you know, while we publicize it, and it's always good to update our things, it's just not something I'm part of the vote.
Ms. Doncaster, oh, sorry, Chair Green. Ms. Doncaster is here if you want her to address it, but I think what you said is accurate.
Ms. Doncaster is welcome to address it, but you know, if there's something I missed, please correct me.
No, I'm good. We're good. It's
Thank
late.
you. Thank you. As for item from board members, I do have a couple of quick housekeeping items as we try to move back to something non-related business. So I have a couple of things to refer to subcommittees, starting with rules. Right before COVID, you know, upended our world, we as a committee committed to reviewing several of our policing policies, comparing our existing MOU, which is based off of the Middlesex County DA's template, with a proposed one from the State Attorney General's office, as well as the role of our SROs since COVID hit. One of the few things the legislature did last year was pass criminal justice reform, which gives districts more flexibility as to how and if to deploy SROs. So in keeping with our promise last year, in keeping with our promise to the city and the city council about budget requests for next year, starting in April, that's a conversation we as a district will be having. My hope is that we will take some time in March as individual committee members and myself officially as chair to meet with student groups, make sure students have a important central role in this conversation as it affects them most directly. But that conversation I'm forwarding to rules. Ms. Phillips, you have a question about that? Dr. Phillips, excuse me.
Yeah, I do. Sorry, just on the MOU piece, when I tried to refer it to rules per suggestion from Superintendent Skipper last year, it got ruled out of order, I believe by you, because the school committee doesn't have any power over deciding or signing the MOU. It's a contract between the superintendent and the police department. So just wondering if that's the proper way to deal with it. I'm super excited to get it back on the agenda for sure.
I think it's part of a larger conversation about the role of police, which is a policy decision. That part of the conversation is relevant, right? So just moving on temporarily. But thank you for like making sure we do this on the up and up. I think on an issue that could be this tight and controversial, being as clear on procedure as possible is always a good thing. And to something forward to being able to finance facilities, we have a beautiful new building. It is gorgeous. It is amazing. It is huge. And I think between the size of the building and therefore the need for a level of maintenance that is unlike any of our other buildings or Supreme High School, as well as recent things we discovered through the process of getting our buildings online for this year, it is clear that school committee needs to revisit how it is that we handle building maintenance and how we work with the city on that issue. So I'm referring to finance facilities. And those are the two major items.
Okay.
Ms. Gretchen, do you want to say something?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, got it, about the referring to finance. That's all.
Great. I think those are the main items I needed to refer to committees to keep the work of our committee rolling as we try to restore something approaching normalcy to the district. So if there are any other urgent items from board members?
I just wanted you to clarify what you said about what was specifically getting referred to finance and facilities. What about maintenance? I just didn't hear it clearly.
Review of our maintenance relationship with our buildings and how we handle that relationship to the city as our needs will be increasing. All right, if there are no other urgent items from board members, Ms. Cuption, do we have any condolences?
There are no condolences this week.
Okay,
That's
then
lovely.
that is lovely. Then barring any objection, I'm declaring this meeting of the school committee adjourned. Thank you all, especially to our staff who've had a late night because you got to get back to it in the morning. And so we are adjourned. Thank you all. Good night.
Great.